What are ways that we can encourage young people to share stories about them improving their own lives? Not just expecting government, not just being upset with government for not doing XYZ thing. Not just being upset with the older generation for doing XYZ thing. How are they telling their stories of their own empowerment, their own agency? So that their peers hear, we also can influence. We also can build our reality. We don't need to wait until someone else does something for us to begin building the world we want to live in. Sinisawa. This is what we mean also by Phase 5. So when I think about social media, even we've had discussions with the women's rep in Meru County about a radio show, radio program. I know Chuka, that becomes part of it. But any place that people are telling their stories, what are the stories that are consumed? Are they stories of inspiration about what we can do? Or are they stories about frustration and dependence and just unhappiness? You get me? So that's one. Next, I wanted to say, I also am a father of 2 children, and I love my children very much. And there are things that I experienced in my childhood that I did not want to give to my children. Things I found out later, this is a rock in my shoe. I have been on a journey with a rock in my shoe. Sometimes something may be there and you just adjust and you don't know. You don't think, this is a problem. You just accept it and you continue on. I think about parenting maybe as a way of giving my children shoes so they can walk the journey of their life. And the question is, if you know something to be a rock in your shoe, and you love your children, do you put the same rock in their shoe? No, you don't. You want them to walk their journey. You don't want them to walk in your shoes. You help them get their own shoes. But as they get their shoes to walk the journey of their life, what do they need as the foundation to continue on that journey? They need shoes. What are the shoes that we're giving them? And I think in a similar way about our communities. If it's our responsibility to serve our communities, what are the shoes that we're giving them? How are we helping them find or build or create their own shoes to walk their own pathways, wherever they are? And this, thinking about that, and in that way, has influenced some of the FCM. Is how do we at scale replicate, understand, structure, build a system for communities to have their own shoes? Does it make sense? So, with that, thank you for eliciting our imagination, our enthusiasm, our engagement, because we'll need that today. Just to give you a sense of where we're going, we'll recap and reflect on yesterday, just briefly. It's like when I go to it, it doesn't want me to touch it. But I didn't touch it. I don't know. So we'll do recap and reflections, and then we'll imagine community partnerships. We'll imagine the FCM in our communities. I need to touch this, I think. So we'll imagine community partnerships in the FCM and think about the structures that we inhabit from our places in government and academia and nonprofit and NGO. And then we'll have exercises. So we'll be in teams and we'll work. The reason we open this up is because we'll be moving around. We want people to have their space. So we'll be designing a rapid pilot blueprint. If we had to pilot the FCM in some place, where would we do it? How would we do it? We'll be thinking through this. So we'll begin dreaming big and then moving closer and closer to next steps. So the blueprint for pilots, and then facilitators and barriers, a roadmap and governance table. So who's doing what, by when, prioritizing and realizing. So we'll create multiple ideas, and then we'll vote on those ideas to say, this one seems the best. And from there we'll look, okay, this looks like the best way, or these 2, 3, 4 ways look like the best. So how do we pursue them? And then we'll reflect on what can we do if we believe in it, what can our institution or organization or offices do to support the next steps, and then we'll have a send-off. Makes sense? Good flow for the day. Yeah. Okay, so reflections, and this is too small for me to do. I'm going to make this bigger. Can I make it bigger? That's okay. Yeah, okay. Can do 2 seconds. Is that better? Okay. So, we asked you at the end of yesterday what the fruit was, like what stimulated your imagination, your emotions, your thinking. Someone said spiderweb and trust games, shared leadership through the parliamentary committees, I believe. Though maybe also through the core design principles, ways of understanding the community, what needs to be present for a community to sustainably lead and develop itself. The idea of members working together to solve the issues that they experience together, working together, benefits of internal lending and bringing together the community, how the strong in the community can lift the weak, learning more and understanding more how to help the needy in the community, evidence-based experience or testimony, FCM expounded, resilience to anticipate growth in communities, good, healthy mental well-being in communities. One should not lose hope despite the situations they find themselves in. Exposure to new ideas, curiosity and interest. The dollar part, when we work through the compound interest, those giving little, and the idea of the freeloader, seeing that up, yeah. Flourishing communities involving active participation and collaboration by all partners and agencies in a community. Stories of hope, a true reflection that everyone has purpose, it's never lost, it's beautiful. Success stories from the testimonials inspired me to believe it's possible to change human lives for the better. Yeah. Was that a new perspective yesterday? That change is possible? Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Good. Testimonials, stories of inspiration, the output of the Sozo effort, testimonials, FCM, story elaborated by Sozo champions. FCM is a context inside that it takes to have a community that is lovely, friendly, and a community that calls for each other and everyone to grow and stand up for each other. Psychological flexibility, a seed of brotherhood where the next person's issues disturbs. Do you see the fruit you mentioned yesterday? On here. It was helpful for me as I think about facilitating and training that most of what we included yesterday, we had different elements, and most elements connected with someone. So that was helpful to hear. And now I'm curious if there's things that you are still reflecting on, like more fruit, that you want to briefly mention from yesterday. And if not, we can go to the seats. Any feedback about fruit?
Kuna mtu alilala akafikiria kuna fruit nyingine alipata.
Yeah, no worries, it's fine. I wanted to open up space for that. Maybe I can close it. So seeds, what we wanted to bring into today. How can I implement this model to impact the community? How to transfer training, leveraging the model to change my community from self-sustaining to community sustainability. How the FCM can be applied as a community policing or informal social control model to change perceptions of Kenyans who over-rely on government for supplies. A united community, fully developed where everybody is brought on board. Need to identify what can be done to care for the welfare of the less privileged and sustainably develop the community, good and healthy community. Family breakups, need to plan on how to improve family cohesion and social protection. Your plans, our plans for Tharaka Nithi, do we intend to start the social programs in the county? How do I reach out to children and families, especially those experiencing violence? How can we help people in our community to exercise their voice and agency? So this is the seeds that you wanted to bring into today. Is there anything else that you want to have done today, have accomplished today, that's not here, that's not on the list of the sessions that I introduced? So if we address this and we do the sessions today, it's a good day, yeah? So we'll begin brainstorming in a minute. Some specific responses to questions that were specific. Plans for Tharaka Nithi. So as I mentioned, if there's a role for us to play in Tharaka Nithi that's helpful, then we're interested in filling that space. If what's helpful is for us to communicate our model and invite people to our work in Meru County, where you can train and you take it back, that's okay too. I'm not interested in competing. I'm interested in synergies. And so if we have synergies to build, okay, great. And so we'll be we're interested in understanding what role do we all have to play? And is Sozo more of a trainer? Are we more of an implementer? Are we, like, from the Sozo side, from the academic side, what's our role to play? So does the person who asked this, do you feel it's answered okay? Answer to this question. Our plans. Yeah. How do I reach out to children and families, especially those experiencing violence? I just wanted to make a brief comment about those experiencing violence. The key question, as an outsider to a community that I have, is what are the indicators that something is unwell in a community? And so if there's a source of data around where people are experiencing violence, like the police records, like the DCS records, like court cases, like where else? Wherever you can think of, the question is, can you pull together those data to orient you to the community? And if you know who in those communities is experiencing that, maybe because they were in the court, maybe because they were with the police, then instead of punishing them, we've talked about the difference in punishment and empowerment. We've talked about the difference in putting a rock in someone's shoe versus giving them a pair of shoes to walk with. If someone, the idea for me about community policing also is to build up the capacities for people to build the communities and the lives that are meaningful to them, to find hope. And that's, for me, the FCM. This is what we've tried to do. And so if we know families experiencing violence or communities experiencing violence, what we want to do is to trace those sources to the community where people are living and experiencing these conditions, and invite them to form a group, a lending group like we talked about yesterday. And what we have found in everywhere, I think, Christina's not here. she's here. I think in every of the 72 villages where we are, we mostly just recruit one family.
Yes.
Of the 14, 15,000 people, families, in our program, we mostly only recruit one family per village. Everyone else comes because they see some change happening by word of mouth. So, if it's the same way in these communities, and we go where people are experiencing the challenge that we can see from the outside, the sign that tells us the community is unwell, and we invite them to form a group, like the groups we have, and if it works in Thrakanidi like it does in your county, we expect to see other families from the community say, hey, can we join this? Can we join this? Can we come together also? And when they are learning the 3 weeks training that they get on the model, then they're well on their way. And we know from, in sociology, we call it homophily, but it's the idea that birds of a feather flock together. So if a family is experiencing violence, likely the families that they will invite will be more like them. If the family has trouble having their children in school, likely the families they will invite will also have those same troubles. Yeah? Does it make sense? So as you're thinking about entering into and working with communities, one of the questions is, what data tell you where to go? The points of the model from our development of it is, yes, in our case, we have to work with children who live on the street, because that's the reality in Merrill County. From a more theoretical perspective, we say those children are the source indicators for us that something is unwell in a community. And there are other source indicators you might think of. And you can think of different resources, different places where you get data to tell you where to go. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, the flow for the day, imagination. So first we'll dream, and then we'll develop a blueprint together in groups. Then we'll identify risks, a roadmap. We'll see what our intentions are, what our commitments might be personally and on behalf of our offices, and then we'll have a send-off. It's okay? I think maybe it's past 10. Maybe we do this exercise and then we break for tea. Can we close this door? I don't have to do this, right? Yeah. It's easier to imagine if you have some silence. So, I want to invite you, just so you can focus in your own mental image, to close your eyes and to bring yourself into this moment. We've talked about a lot of things, to have some clarity in our minds and some peace, to imagine a bigger vision. Maybe you breathe in. Hold it. And breathe out. You can breathe in again for a count of 3. Hold it for a count of 5. And breathe out for a count of 7. And for 3. In your own mind's eye, in your own mental image, I invite you to imagine Thrakanidi 5 years from now. In your own mental image. Describe or let a scene come where your communities are thriving through FCM partnerships. FCM is in a community, it's in communities, it's across the county. What daily sights do you see? If you go to these communities, what do you see? What do you hear? What catches your eye? What are the things that you see and notice about the community that is not flourishing? Who are the champions? The ministries, departments, community groups, funders. Who makes this possible? How do they work together? What new or improved services, what spaces, what community dynamics, what family dynamics exist? How have lives changed? What's the story of a family, or a youth group, a local business, a community? What's changed? What 2 or 3 indicators do you track to know that these changes have happened? How will you report this progress? How will you share stories? To whom are these stories told, and what is their impact? And the biggest and best vision that you have for your communities and the people you serve. What is your highest and loftiest ambition for who they are and who they can become? As you get clarity about this and you have an image in your mind, maybe you can hold it there and let your awareness come back to this moment. After tea, we'll share these images with each other, and that will be the starting place for the rest of the work we have to do today. So I invite you to bring your attention back to this moment. If you need to go back to that image during your tea or some other time, that's okay, of course. But I hope that this vision has given you a sense of direction for where you would like us to take this conversation. Sin sao? Dr. Magado, can you pray for us? For tea? Yes. Oh, I got permission. Yeah, perfect. So we'll share this now. Christine, can you pass out these notes? So maybe for some of you, I plugged you back too soon. So if you want to sit with your image a bit longer, That's okay. We have just done this, the best possible future for the FCM in Tarakan.
So, what is the possible future? Wewe unafikiria Dharakanidi mnataka twende wapi?
So, what you can write on your cards, on your post-it notes, and we can consolidate these towards each, and then we'll just see what you can. I assume because it was
Actually, it can be consolidating and pray.
Yeah.
So to eventually what? Sorry, I spoke this one.
I thought you wanted.
Pray for tea. As we consolidate, we go take tea, then
Yeah.
we come back.
Yeah. So maybe before we pray for tea, just take a few moments to write your responses to this. What came to your mind? What new strengths or capacities would be unlocked? What would be the tangible community outcomes? So we'll just take a few moments to finish this, and then. Of course, if you need more than one post-it note, that's fine. Thank you.
There are more stick notes. This activity will guide us, what we write will guide us throughout the day. So think keenly of, even if it's for your department, where you work, what is your vision as a person? So you are sitting there as a representative of your office and the community. What is your vision? And remember, dreaming is free, and you should dream when your eyes are open. Then the second question is, ukikaa chini, umefanya kazi Dharakanidi hiyo miaka yote, hizo siku zote, unaona strength za Dharakanidi, za watu wa Dharakanidi ziko wapi that have not been exploited, that you want, if these ones were unlocked, this county could go places. Where are their strengths? Are we together? The capacities for our communities that are not open. You are working with the chiefs. What capacities do they have to transform Dharakanidi that we as a community have not unlocked? We are working with the youth. We are working with parents. I have stick notes, so if you want another one, please say. Because the solution to our communities lie with us. They are the experts, but we guide them to bring their full potential as a community. then, as we think of the second question, we ask, the third question we're asking ourselves, what outcomes do you want? So, what outcomes do you want for this community? We want your vision. Yes, we are all Bristol. What is the vision for our county? Complaining, hawa watu wakifanya hivi tutaenda hivi. That's what we want to know. If you need a stick note, additional one, please. Kuna ile, we all keep complaining, si ni ukweli? Hawa watu. So sisi tunaona ni nini tunaweza. Where is the capacity? What outcomes are we looking for? Najua kama ningeenda ningesema mimi sitaki wachape mabibi zao. Na watoto. Because we beat them. I have also been beaten severally. So
it's very normal.
No, it is normal too. It is common, but it should not be normal.
Why do people accept violence at home
and not in the
street?
So, what are these visions? Those things you are thinking, and remember, thinking is free. And we are not telling you to control what you don't censor what has come into your mind. That is how innovations take place. I still have more stick notes. We need a bigger one. But it's okay because here is Najua sio mtu atakuja kutransform sisi, ni sisi tutatransform Kenya, si ni kweli? Hata tukiletewa malaika, and if we don't have a solution to our problems, we won't. So we have to think of a way of solving these problems ourselves. Even when you think of the noise GNC is making, we have the solutions. So we have to think as leaders. How do we help achieve the bottom-up,
economic transformation.
Yes, economic transformation agenda. And this is bottom-up because you are the people who are working with the communities. How are you in your vision? How do we help the marginalized, the vulnerable communities be the best they can? Situational duties. Yes. And after that, after you write, if the CC asks us for the report, we will say this is what the suggestions which we have. Si tutapeleka juu. Eh? So if you are Gen Z, we want to hear your voice. That voice you are making in the streets, we want to give you to see a solution to it. Tunataka utuambie zaidi ya maana you people, we want to hear. Thank you.
So are we ready to pray for tea? Should we pray for China? So there's plenty of tea and Dazi, samosa, whatever it is. If you need to take a minute just to finish, don't worry. We would rather hear fully your idea than rush. And so if you want to sit for a bit longer, please do so, and we'll save some time for you. Yeah.
So we are saying, as we continue to write, we pray for tea. Then those who finish can go for tea, or if you want to go reflecting on what is happening, and as you are taking tea, even together you can think about it, right? Then we will come back. So it's exactly, is at what time? It's 10:32. So Michael, you're taking tea break for many minutes?
I'm sorry?
Tea, we come back at 11.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, so we shall be back at 11. Let us pray. I'm a Catholic, so there's always a short prayer for tea. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Bless us, O Lord, and this is a gift which you are about to receive from your goodness through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Karibuni chai, the same venue as yesterday.
I'd like for you, Dr. Daktari, to read through these.
You're free to call me Agnes.
Agnes.
I feel good.
Agnes, I'd like for you to, when everyone is in place, to read through these. And I want us to think about where do our dreams converge? What comes together? What are the new strengths and capacities that we dream of together? What are the tangible outcomes that we would like to see? Where does our vision take us into the future together, where we are together? And even if something is not the same as what everyone else said, but for you it's an important dream, don't lose it. We can even work with that. But sometimes if you go someplace together, you go further with more impact. So I have no idea what...
They are not arranged, so I suspect I'm proposing you open a Word document where you can have the common themes, then I read them and decide what falls where. I mean, the questions, the 3 questions. The first question is, what came into your mind? What new strengths or capacities would be unlocked? And what would be the tangible community outcomes? So, we are doing this together. You will be putting whether it is an answer to question 1, question 2, or question 3. If you agree, it's okay. If you don't agree, you have a right to raise your hand and we will discuss that. The first note is reduction in crime rate, more employment opportunities for the youth, improved road infrastructure, more school, am I first?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, more school enrollments, reduced maternal mortality rates, improved health care. Tupigie huyo makofi. Clap for the other person. They are written atasikia vizuri. The other one is a progressive county, self-sustainability, high living standards. Makofi kwake. If you are the one, please feel good. We said you need to appreciate one another. The other one said, what came to my mind? I specifically thought about street children and the unemployed youth that hang around towns. Son, right? I thought about a community where everybody is working. I think by working you meant as a source of income, right? As something they are doing, not necessarily employed, that they are doing something constructive. Then, Christian vitu zinaanguka hapa. The other one is tangible outcomes, infrastructural development.
Wait.
Okay, I'm so fast.
Second.
Infrastructural development, increased scale development among people. Is it skill or skill? English is your mother tongue. Mine is Limeru.
Sure.
Increased intellectual in the area. Increased intellectual in the area. Then improved infrastructure, that is roads, access to services like health, water, electricity, community-led initiatives, youth involvement of participation, where leaders in the community, leaders and community partnerships, business initiatives, okay, pole, increased initiatives, that is under youth involvement and participation, then improved health administration.
Oh, sorry. Is leaders and community partnerships under
Youth involvement and participation.
uh-huh.
I think he or she meant where leaders and community, where there are leaders and community partnerships and business initiatives. Then there is improved health and nutrition, and they said behavior change, adapt new technology methods in agriculture, community acceptance. I think nimeongea sana, hata tujakumbuka kuwapigia makofi. Can we clap for this person? The other one is what would be the community tangible community outcomes? Zero dependency, youth employment, women empowerment, okay. There is a correction. We will correct it. We will correct. There's an input there. I'm not seeing what Michael is writing. Women empowerment, constant support from the government, rehabilitation centers. And by the way, there is no rehabilitation center for substance use in the Tharaka County. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, I do referrals, I've not seen one. You are taking to Meru. You can approach, you can do one. Increased number of school-going children. Sorry. What came to your mind? A united Tharaka County, a peaceful county, that's new capacities, and I don't understand, but we can discuss it later. It includes talents development. Oh, sorry, it was the new capacities, Michael. There's a question on new capacities, right?
Yeah.
Yes, talents development, teamwork across various stakeholders, mining done to available mining depots in the county.
Mining what?
Mining.
Like minerals?
Yeah, the minerals in the Tharaka
Mining.
County. So he or she is proposing that mining done to the available mining deposits in the county, that we should be able to mine, to do the mining in those places. What came to your mind? What new strengths, what capacities? A vibrant Chama culture from social setups. That is a vibrant Chama culture. Chama is a group culture. From social setups, where we have self-help groups and welfare. Social setups, self-help groups and welfare. They already I may not understand that the person who wrote that, please keep that in our mind, explain us, because it is a very strong point. They already in place ward circles by the county government. They already in place ward circles in county government. You tell us what we to be regulated by the vibrant chamas.
Sorry, they are already in place ward circles.
They already in place ward circles by county government to be regulated by the vibrant chamas. Whoever wrote that, please, we would really want to hear more explanation on that because some of us are not privy to the information. A community full of hope and flourishing under the growing charmer versus.
Sorry, a community full of hope.
And flourishing under the growing charmers.
Kuja nikusomee.
Thank you. Okay. Can you just hold this? I will give you this mic after I'm reading the others.
No, ni VSA, Village Saving and Rolling. VSA.
Okay, out of.
Yeah, ni a community full of hope and flourishing under the growing charmers, Village Saving and Rolling. Yeah?
Okay.
The compound, whatever.
Yeah.
And the other one is increased social welfare.
Increased social welfare. Thank you. I hope you understand those things of the village charmers you tell us. The next one is what comes into your mind? Communities with good families. That is, developed families and communities in general. Free drugs.
Wait. Developed families and
communities in general. Free drugs. That is a community from from drug-free community. Well-behaved youth. I move faster. What came in Darakanidi with a flourished community? TNC without children migrating to the street. TNC stands for Darakanidi County. Darakanidi County without children migrating to the streets. TNC with low or no cases of family separation and GBV cases. Culture that is admired by other communities. A culture that is admired by other communities. So this is what we are looking for, everybody. Your point is valued. Sipigi watu makofi. Tafadhali nikisoma ninamaliza mpigia makofi. So that person feels good, appreciated. Even thinking is not easy, not as it is free. It is free but not easy. We have so many other things that are expensive but easy. Thinking is free but not easy. So ukifikiria unajipigia makofi. What strength of capacities would be unlocked? Lack of awareness in the issue of agriculture. Lack of awareness in the issue of agriculture.
So, because it's it would be addressed maybe as a strength, we can say.
Actually, as a strength is awareness in the issue of agriculture, right? Yeah, that can be unlocked. Wakielewa ukulima, watalima, dunia yote ikuje kukula. I foresee a community that is cohesive and strong, where they are not reliant on the government relief. I foresee a community that is cohesive, where they are not reliant on government relief, but can harness the potential in this county to build themselves. Is it possible to summarize or are we able to read it? The next one. What came into my mind? A very vibrant, prosperous county. New strengths and capacities. A cohesive community. More energy and productivity. True. Tangible outcomes. Healthy children. Access to education opportunities, peaceful homes and families. Tunajipigia makofi. Nilisema tunafikiria because thinking is free but very difficult, quite difficult. revitalizing the border sector.
Which one is this?
I don't know. Question one, what came into your mind? Actually, Kizungu ilikuja na mimi. Revitalizing. Yes. The border sector. Supporting the progression among children to reduce prison congestion. Wow. Opening up an industry to manufacture sanitary pads from banana stems.
Opening up
An industry to manufacture sanitary pads from banana stems. We have a student who has come up with an innovation where she has developed sanitary pads from banana stems. So what we are looking forward to is how can we fund her so that this innovation can benefit our people. And I think that kamili tuko na bidii za kutosha, si ndio? Zile ziko mawe Meru County tunatupa hivyo, si tunazitumia. So I think that's what we are thinking about. Now, water recycling companies, waste recycling companies that can help build fencing poles. Waste recycling companies that can help build fencing poles. That is a great one. I did not have thought along those lines. Football and basketball tournaments over the holidays. Both football and basketball tournaments over the holidays. Ili wasiende kunywa mapombe, ndio. We keep them busy. Tujipigieni makofi. What would be the tangible community outcomes? Well-organized communities, self-sustainable communities, makofi. I hope you are thinking about what our colleagues have said, right? As I really think about it, what is this person thinking? How can it help us? A vision that in the next 5 years, the community abandonment and neglect cases would have drastically reduced. That in the next 5 years, the community abandonment and neglect cases would have drastically reduced. Actually, when we drop out of marriage, we are always abandoned. Meaning, meaning parents and the community at large would feel responsible for the next generation and we would be ready to pool their resources to assist destitute children and families in their communities. Parents and the community at large would feel responsible over the next generation and would be ready to pool their resources to assist destitute and families in their communities. Makofi kwake. To empower the community members through capacity building. I think that's what came into their mind. Mapping all potential stakeholders and bring them on board, strengthen the existing structures.
Strengthen or?
Mapping out the potential stakeholders to bring them on board. The next point is strengthen the existing structures. Improve the self-esteem of women in the community through group training. So that tuwe na wengi wanatuimbia kama wale walikuja. Christine should answer us and Karia. Where are these people? We are bored. We need them. They went to Maua. Next time, 2 days, when we have another training. Next time, they make us happy. They give sense to this. Improve social amenities in the community. Increase income generating activities. This is what this friend of mine wanted. Through the help of SOLZO, I envision within the next 5 years, a rehabilitation center would be in place to assist the Tharaka-Nithi stakeholders in their rehabilitation, the Tharaka-Nithi stakeholders to rehabilitate children and change their future for good. Makofi kwake. And as I said, drug and substance use ni shida yetu. Kwani hakuna? Hata kwako. Kama mtoto wako akunywi, baba anakunywa, nyanya anakunywa, neighbor ameiba kuku zako, we have that as a problem. Ni kweli? And remember, these people are not able to help themselves. It gets to a stage where they can't get out of that without support. Sio kupenda. The other one is how to bring county, how to bring county, to bring community into the next one. Okay. The vision in the next 5 years, the Tharaka-Nithi will be more metropolitan. Strengths unlocked. A metropolitan Tharaka-Nithi will allow cultural diversity and exposure of locals to both advantages and vulnerabilities experienced for children. I think it's experienced by children. Tangible community outcome. So we are saying we expose Tharaka-Nithi to other communities. Tangible outcomes, I think they were in another stick note. The other one is
Wait,
please keep beginning. I know if I'm sitting there, I'll be one feeling. Yeah, okay. There is living standards. I think it's a continuation of that one. Expansion of mindset and desire to live in decent houses. Expansion of mindset and desire to live in decent houses. The other one of us said, better living conditions for everyone from mud walled houses. Are there mud walled houses in Tharaka-Nithi County? So someone is envisioning that we need to get these mud houses out of our villages and people living better houses. I don't know why, but the issue is, I think it's not the mud houses, but the quality of the house. So this one is how to bring the county into sanity. Number 2, the community into sanity. Number 2, use of local administration. That is where use of opinion leaders in the community. Then there is capacity building be intensified. Reduced gender-based violence, cohesion in families. Cohesion in families. So I believe it's more cohesive families. Sio pale naona ndugu yangu nataka kumuua, makofi kwake. Future for Tharaka-Nithi County. County free from drug and substance use. A county free from drug and substance use. Number 2, a county with value addition as per the county motto, AG, bananas, and honey. So he's saying that we add value to our products, like bananas and honey. I've seen people are doing banana flour, banana this. Why we could do that? And honey to return sana. So you need to be added value. Create a sustainable irrigation scheme at lower parts of Tharaka-Nithi. Create a sustainable irrigation scheme at the lower parts of Tharaka-Nithi. End conflicts and live in harmony. Outcomes of our county. a prosperous county. Oh, I moved fast. A prosperous county, peaceful homes, more jobs created in the Rakaniri in future, empower families and communities to flourish, visible future for the Rakaniri County, more bright future for our children, create archeries for approved archeries for lower zones and upper zones. Create archeries for approved archeries for lower zones and upper zones. Archeries. We will discuss. So I think it is a
Hatchery for chicken?
vifaranga, yeah, chicks.
Ya samaki.
Oh, yeah, samaki. Yeah,
Samaki.
fish.
Oh,
Samaki the fish, Michael.
eh,
So you have learned a new one today.
samaki.
Yes, samaki. Okay. Let upper and lower communities live like brothers and sisters. There is conflict, especially along our borders. Even with Meru County, Michael, as you come to the Rakanidi County, you see where our facilities in Geka? Below Geka, below there, that place flares up. Am I lying? Yes. It flares up very often, and FCM can bring those communities living together and build peace. Because they are fighting not because of anything else, poverty. If we can solve their problems, or they solve their problems, we are set to go. Where upper elite feel that they deserve, okay, sir. Where upper elite feel that they deserve the best and entitled more entitled than others. You understand that? I continue, I repeat, I read it. Create upper and lower community, let upper and lower community live like brothers and sisters, where upper elite feel that they deserve the best and are more entitled than others.
Wait, so we want that. We want the upper elite to feel they deserve the best and are more entitled than others?
I think it is an explanation that the person feels that there are people who live in the upper areas feel they are more entitled than those who live in the lower zones. So he's imagining where these zones everybody lives like a brother and sister without feeling have more rights than you. Is that what I think that's what they say? Okay, the other one is I foresee a community that has developed through inclusivity in the community we live in. Everyone should be given an opportunity to air their views when it comes to positive parenting. You got that? Through inclusivity, the communities in the communities we live in, every person should. So they are talking of inclusivity. Okay. Makofi jameni. Rakanidi County is a nice county, but needs industrial development for the people to get employment and empower community. Youth should be encouraged to study beyond primary school, since most of them drop out and to chew and sell mirror and ride motorbikes. Is that true? Yes. So that person feels alcoholism and substance use is high. So many illegal breweries. ACC here. There are so many illegal breweries. And this is our mandate. Breweries. We call them breweries.
Well, the brewer is the person who does it, yeah?
The person is the brewer.
And the brewery is where they do it.
The brewery is where they brew this. Yeah. There are many. is, maybe the one is the noun, the person. The other one is the place. So wale wanatengeneza chang'aa na hizo vitu are the brewers and the breweries.
There are brewers and there are breweries.
Yeah. They are all there. The brewer works in the brewery. So unakuja uliajiri kwako ndio anakupikia chang'aa. I'm the brewer, that is the brewery. Okay, so there are so many.
You know, in my head, I'm seeing EABL. So I'm not. So I'm seeing. That, you know, that's why I'm arguing, because I'm seeing EABL. I'm not seeing the kiosk. I'm not seeing the kibanda. But here it is the kibanda that is the breweries. Yeah. That is in here. It's the.
No, let me to give you a scene. Let me just divert you because you brought it. In my own village, there's a time I invited Nakanda so that we go and arrest the people who make these things.
Yes.
So to me, we were looking for the brewers. But what we met were the breweries. That these people are doing it and distributing it across the county.
Those are illegal entities.
We have said illegal breweries.
Brewers.
It is an issue of English and Kimeru. And interpret. But we are talking of the same right? Right? Pale pombe upikiwa. Sindio?
Yeah, we
okay. More girls are lacking menstrual education. Let's see how we can support and ensure they remain in class. I have a girl I saw last week but one somewhere. She told me she dropped out of school because she didn't have pants. She stayed undressed 2 times. She had no option but drop out of school. And now the child is also about to drop out of school because she can't pay fees. So it is as serious as that. Before I always thought, Meru County, it is even here in this place we think people are very rich. Someone is single children. Recreation is good, but let us see how we reduce early pregnancies among young girls affecting their way of life. One day, a friend of mine told me that poverty level is the root of all struggles in Tharaka-Nithi. Since people fear to work, let's be encouraged to work. Sio mtu anafikiria sana. Tupigieni makofi.
What do you understand by people fear to work? Is it laziness or what?
Read or read that. She's asking,
Yeah.
what do we understand by people fear to work? Is it laziness?
Someone wrote it. Do they want to say?
Can we discuss it or we read all of them and keep that pending? Okay, let's be a bit active. Madam?
Well, I don't think they are lazy. They've just decided to be lazy. And our people have developed this culture of relying on government. So they know that when it is dry, like now, they are harvesting. But in a few months, they'll be crying to the government to give them relief food. So I think the other problem is that people have, like, they have lost hope. I don't hope anyone. They just live. They exist. They don't want to work for themselves. They want to, like, rely on the government and blame the government. Thank you.
And there's also the issue of the work ethic. Generally, in our communities, you hear stories of people who have made it by either luck, ama kuiba kwa government, ama kwa other places. To the extent that there are people who believe that they will make it by other means apart from working, such that work becomes like the last result. Yeah? Someone believes that I'm poor or I cannot make it because of, you hear poor governance, and mpaka mpaka huyu gavana atoke ndio tutakaa vizuri. So work ethic, I think, is not still, positive work ethic is not still part of our culture.
So we are saying the mindset. Sitaki kufanya kazi. And I want to blame somebody for the problems I have. And they should come and solve my problems. So, by the way, some people here get employed and someone will not come to work and they are dismissed. And then blame it on the other people. So thank you so much. Wakofi. The other one is community connectedness and empowerment at grassroots levels. Community connectedness and empowerment at grassroots levels. To create safe space where people are living with HIV can share their experiences, like forming groups with them to reduce stigma and other things that affect them, like drug abuse and stress, etc. So we need a safe space for people with HIV, including the youth. The other one is strengthen with the community. Strength within the community is that people are always ready to work with all officers. People are always ready to work with all officers. Encourage multi-sectoral approach and collaborations.
Encourage what?
Multi-sectoral approach and collaborations. The other one, empower community groups, especially for the women and vulnerable. Untapped talents for persons with disabilities. Little savings for women groups which are not coordinated. Little savings from women groups that are not coordinated. Training of groups on saving cash culture, not just sharing their savings at the end of every year. Is that what happens? Huh? We save for 1 year and then we share what we saved for this year. No investment, nothing. Is that what happened? Okay. Empower women and youth and person with disability groups. Empower women, youth, and person with disability groups. Build a culture of saving. Free from gender-based violence communities. Free gender-based violence communities. So we mean communities that are free from gender-based violence. Communities freed from illicit brews who are self-reliant, leveraging on agricultural potential. Okay. Communities free from illicit brews who are self-reliant, leveraging on agricultural potential. Situpigiane makofi. Someone anasema tuanze kupika chang'aa, tufanye nini?
So, leveraging on what?
Our agricultural potential. There's a lot of agricultural potential if it is utilized. Curb corruption so that we can have equal opportunities and shared prosperity. Curb clanism and see ourselves as one people. Clanism and see ourselves as one people. Curb progressive cultural practices and promote progressive ones. Which are these retrogressive ones? Curb retrogressive cultural practices and adopt more progressive one. So which are these retrogressive community? Let's think about practices. Let's think about them as we go to the next activity. Amnipigi makofi. What I expect from Tharaka Nithi County as a GNC is equal treatment from locals. Give us equal opportunities in employment and politics. Equal treatment from locals give us equal opportunities in employment and politics. We have been told the GNC of Tharaka Nithi are leaving. That's what Kadhoni said in the morning. Now, can you adopt the GNC from other communities? That's what he's asking. Community that is thriving socially, economically, free from alcohol and drug abuse and family conflicts that has come up often, utilization of available resources, water, land, that needs to be unlocked. Political goodwill needs to be unlocked. What came into my mind is cultural diversity. New strengths that will be unlocked is development of, so there's cultural diversity. New strength that will be unlocked is development of infrastructure. This will be due to population growth brought about by Chuka University. Although is Chuka University part of what you're thinking about as part of Tharaka Nithi County? Are my members of this community part of the people we want to empower? Are there challenges of Tharaka Nithi County? It is time now I start thinking also, because I always feel like I'm from Meru County, not Tharaka Nithi County. Yeah, so we unlock the development and infrastructure. Then outcomes will be development of Tharaka Nithi County in terms of social and economic. That is social and economic development. Women in the area are more empowered than men. There is no wrong answer. This is an observation someone has made. Women in the area are more empowered than men. In my opinion, it is impossible to ensure that boy child is empowered to avoid GBV in our area and equal opportunities. If you told me to argue about that, I can write a whole essay on it. The person is simply saying, we have taken more girls to school. But when you take these girls to school, they come to the village and meet a boy who is not very empowered. And the ego is threatened and they become violent. I am a victim. But I healed from it. So, the other one is inclusivity and support for youths. Outcomes, self-sufficiency and sustaining stable communities. Self-sufficiency and sustaining stable communities. And now we are moving to the last one, to the last two. There's one I'm holding and I know what I'm holding.
Wait just a second.
What strengths and capacities will be unlocked? Imagining these unemployed youth were empowered. There would be less dependency and crime. Imagining these unemployed youths were empowered, there would be less dependencies and crime. The labor we export would now be utilized. So instead of exporting the labor, those who have come later, we had a discussion where Kadhoni brought out that in Tharaka Nithi we are exporting our youth. They are going to look for jobs elsewhere. So if we empower these youths and have opportunities within our county, what will happen? See, great things should be happening. Yes, that's what. Strength of Tharaka Nithi County, they have a vibrant youth who, if supported, can truly realize the potential of this county. Another strength is the exploited tourism attraction sites. Hata nyinyi mnazijua. And exploited tourism attraction sides. 3, and this one I totally agree. Good climate, rivers which can be used for irrigation, to do all year agriculture. See, climate in Italy, I prefer going to Malimante than going to Mombasa. I'll just enjoy the sun. And then I go down there to Not Kalita, where is it? Where the rivers meet. The Ghana. No, not the Ghana, the Ghana. Below Malimante, you also don't know. A very beautiful place. Yeah, where the Nanto, Vite, Zangaza, Kaziga meet. I don't know what it's called. Please ask the people in Malimante, just below Malimante there.
On the point where we talk about
allow me to finish reading. Then we will take over. Mine was just can we use the online to flourish the communities? Can we use the online to flourish the communities? And there is one I'm holding here. What are the strengths? What are the pathological outcomes? I don't know why I held it. Okay. Okay, so she was saying something. Let me give you a chance to ask what you're asking.
About youth, it's not for me. It's not a problem because I believe there is a saying that says a person who doesn't leave their mother's house believes that their mom is the best cook. But ukitoka huko nje utakuta kuna mama wengine upika zaidi. Anyway, basically there is beauty in exploration. You don't have to go to Tharaka Secondary Primary School, Tharaka Secondary, Tharaka University. No. You need to break the bottom. So it's that cultural diversity that somebody introduced, that youth, the way universities encourage people from, like now Tharaka University is so full of people from the Kalenjin side. They come and they teach you other cultures so that you're able to blend together.
Gagoni is the one who addressed this, and you came late. So it's good to hear her point of view. You have a point and a very strong one.
Okay, we were discussing earlier in the morning about migration of youth. It is not that we are saying that youth lazima waende Tharaka Primary, Tharaka Secondary, Tharaka University. No. What we are saying, when you look at the Tharaka pyramid as per the population, we have 0 to adolescence. Then we have our youth 18 to 35. And then you have from 35 to about 50, and then wazee. Where the youth is very skewed. We don't have youth in Tharaka that can build Tharaka. That's what we were saying. Not ati tunalazimisha ati youth mubaki, ati muskaende. Abana, go see, but bring back that knowledge to Tharaka County so you can build this county. But now we are exporting youth to Nairobi, to Meru, to Embu, and those are the urban cities that are being developed. But Tharaka, our development workforce, atuna.
So now you are looking for a thing something that can be done to make them now start bringing back that.
Yes, bringing back the knowledge, bringing back the empowerment that they're getting. Let's say they go to Kenyatta University, Egerton, Nairobi, whatever they have learned there, or whatever the youth that they have met there, whatever they have discussed, why not bring it back to TNC and develop TNC? Yeah.
Let me give an example for you very first. When Chuka University was not here, Tharaka didn't have people from Tharaka County working here, right? Today, we have Chuka and we have Tharaka we have Tharaka University, which are in Tharaka County. If Professor Joga did not introduce Chuka University, we would have so many people mumeleta, wamesoma kwingine, but that knowledge will not stick here. We will export it elsewhere. But if we have youth who are working in Tharaka County, like for example, when we began Chuka University, I came here in 2005, that's when I was a student, there was nothing here. Then when I came back in 2027, today is like a city. Why? People built. City who built the young people when I was there. And so we are saying this, let's create industries, let's create opportunities that would hold the youth in this county. Umeelewa sasa? Much as they go out there, let's have also the youth. Otherwise, there is no community without a prosperous youth. That's what you were saying. Thank you, Michael. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you give me just 2 more seconds, can you talk for just 2 more seconds?
Even if you want 3 minutes.
No, I don't want 3 minutes.
Oh, 2 seconds. 1, 2.
Okay. One minute.
Okay. So as you wait for our speaker, for Michael to be ready, someone with something to say. Remember, your voice is very important for the flourishing. It is not about one person speaking.
I haven't gotten that. Because when we talk about, I'm saying I haven't gotten that. The issue of bringing youth, they educate them and they still come here and work here. If they go out and still come back here, after education they come back and work in Tharaka-Nithi. Don't you think that is a concept that is going to divide Kenya along tribal lines?
We are saying this, understand us. If they go to work in Kisumu County, right? Let us have the youth from Kisumu County coming to work in Tharaka-Nithi County. Okay, just a minute. You gave us 2 minutes, 1 minute, let me give myself.
I think the issue is that people giving back to the community.
Yes.
Because what there is even in our other communities, there is that brain drain where people, when we come out of the primary schools and the high schools we went when we were young, when we now graduate from universities, we go to other places and we even don't come back to the community to show some signs of people who went to school. So we, some migrate even to other countries, internationally, they are there, but utakuwa unasikia tu watu walisoma kwa hii village, but you don't see any signs.
Can I give you, that's a challenge.
Yes.
Can I give you an example of where we come from? Briefly. People have gone to the US, right? They come build their houses in the US. They come keep their cows in Mekidori. They come and do this. They are supporting the economy from where they are. Na ukiulizwa, hii nyumba ni ya nani? Ni ya Maigalo, na Maigalo atakuja. But here you go and never come back.
That is the issue now.
That's the problem. That's what she's trying to bring, right? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. This was, how do you feel? Do you feel excited? Do you feel enthusiastic about potential growth in the future? How was that for you? Briefly, good? Okay, I want to show you what you said. You had common themes of security, safety, and social order. Reduction in crime rates, prison congestion, drug-free communities, reduction in substance use, reduced GBV, safe spaces, so security, safety, and improved social order. You said youth empowerment and education, increased youth employment, training, business event initiatives, improved talent development, encouraging schooling beyond primary level, reducing border dependency. So youth empowerment, focusing on youth and empowerment education. You said gender equity and family strengthening, so empowering women and supporting men and the boy child to prevent GBV, including cohesive families and peaceful homes. Improving women's self-esteem, encouraging inclusive parenting and positive family environments, empowering people with disabilities and vulnerable populations, infrastructure and access to services, so improve roads, housing, electricity, developing sustainable irrigation, building hatcheries for low and upper zones, industrial development like banana stem pads, waste cycling, mining, leveraging ecotourism and university-led growth, mindset shift and community values, so creating a unified, peaceful, and hopeful Tharaka-Nithi County, promoting social cohesion and ending clanism, building self-reliant, vibrant communities, not reliant on aid, encouraging a culture that's admired by others with resilience, inclusivity, dignity, strengthening the Chama and Village Savings Lineage Association culture to support group welfare, economic development and livelihoods, empowering youth, women, expanding value-added agriculture, promoting progressive and tech-enabled agricultural practices, encouraging savings, IGA, sustainable business incubation, reducing overdependence by promoting local resource utilization, curbing corruption to ensure equal opportunities, promoting inclusive communities, mapping and engaging potential stakeholders, strengthening partnerships between leaders and the community, using local leadership structures like opinion leaders, administrators effectively, ensuring constant support from county and national governments, supporting multi-sectoral approaches and long-term collaborations, improved health, nutrition, and well-being, improved maternal health, reduced mortality, better nutrition and behavioral change for healthy living, encouraging community rehabilitation and mental health support, building rehab centers for children and families in crisis, holistic care for HIV, for people that live with HIV, tangible outcomes, metropolitan growth and better living standards, zero dependency communities, self-sufficiency and thriving communities, cohesion and harmony between upper and lower zones, increased civic participation, equity in public services, and a vision of a prosperous, inclusive, peaceful Tharaka-Nithi County. Is that right? So this is, to summarize what you said, we would have gone through the practice of thinking about it together, but your energy for what you could envision in your community was so much, we had so much to go through, that I did it myself. Is that okay? I don't want to use what you said or the meaning of it. So the question then is, how do we take this? Where do we see? For those of you who know the KPJ, FCM, ARC programs, are these things that can be addressed with the model? Yeah.
Are we supposed to give us?
No. It was a rhetorical question. The answer is yes. These things can be addressed through the model. But the question really becomes practical. Where do we implement? With whom do we partner? So, do we? I'm trying to.
We have
Whole 1 hour. Great. Good. Okay. Are we feeling okay?
Yes.
We're feeling okay to move around.
Yes.
So I would like us to now form teams of 2 or 3 people. And can you put the things out? Thank you. So with your 2 or 3 people, I want you to think more specifically about the challenge that you want to face, the challenge you want to engage with, the objective, what you're trying to get done, key partners, activities, like the key partners who will be acting together, what activities will they do, what resources do they have, could they have, what indicators will you look at to know if your plans have been successful. You're planning a pilot project of the FCM. So the questions are, where do you begin? What specific community challenges do you begin addressing? What's clear, measurable, objective? 3 to 5 critical partners, noting what each partner adds. Listing 4 to 6 primary activities that your pilot will undertake, and for each writing a 1-sentence description for those activities. And then to understand, are you making the difference you expect? Choose 2 to 3 SMART indicators, and how and when you'll collect the data to know, are you improving the things that you expect to improve? Do you understand? So I want us to be in groups. Yeah, of 2 to 3 people per group.
I think 3.
3, okay.
Or how many objectives do you have?
No. Every group is doing each of these.
All of them?
Yeah.
No, I mean like challenge and objective.
Maybe 1 or 2.
1 or 2.
Yeah.
So,
Because you have to have an entry point. Maybe that entry point is diverse. We just went through all of these things. We went through safety, security, social order, youth empowerment, education, gender equity, family strengthening, infrastructure, access to services.
we are suggesting this. I don't know whether it will work. How many sub-counties are present? I don't know them by name. Mudhambi mko wangapi? Moja, wawili. Tharaka watatu. Tharaka nisaidie.
We have 10 sub-counties.
So how many? Yeah, I just want to know. We have sent some sub-counties.
Yes, but not all have officers. So you are the ones that just have officers. Because
No, let's do this, Gitari. Let's have a broad view. Because we are looking at Tharaka County. What we come up with, then we can decide. We can. Oh, per constituency.
Yes.
Because challenges zile ziko Tharaka ni tofauti na zile ziko Chuka. Right? So let's pick per constituency. Tuko constituency gapi? 3. Let's, are 3 groups okay?
3 groups? If we had more, it would be good.
Okay. Chuka constituency. Mukono juu. Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe. Naomba tusimame so that I know many we are. Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe. There are 3, 4. I come from Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe 5. My media guys, nini ni Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe? So tumekuwa wengi kuliko wengine. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we will have 2, 2, 2. Is that okay or 3, 3?
2 or 3, you mean people in
People.
a group? Yeah, 2 is okay.
2 is okay. So 2 of you, identify a friend you've never met. Identify one. Don't deal with yule mnajuana. So there are 2. You can be 3. Join Mr. Laibota. You will now be uko group gani? Oh. When do you not confuse? So 2. Another group. We have now 3 groups from Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe. The other one is what? Mara. Mara Mudhambi. Naomba tusimame. So Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe, you formed your group. So all the group activities will be guided. So that Mara 3. You come from Mara. So therefore, a lady and a gent, a lady and a gent. So choose your discussion partner. The other one is Tharaka. It is one constituency. I love Willow. A Tharaka constituency. Watu wa Gabon ndio constituency gani? So you are 3. Getare, are you in Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe? Or are you in Tharaka?
We are this.
There are 3. Choose your. Therefore, choose your discussion partner. Amesimama tu. So I think you are 3. You are 4. The animals went 2 by 2. So who doesn't have a group? See Kelly? If you don't have a group, stand up. Gagoni. This is an activity for us because this is how we develop projects. Right? of input, eh? Oh, sisi tufahamu ya huko. So, can you choose a discussion partner? Oh, really wanajua.
Maybe if we have a team already, we can just begin assigning.
So the first group that identified itself, that was group 1 from Daraka, CI group 1. Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe group 1.
We know, Doris. We know.
CI group 2. So that is group 1. CI group 2. CI, this is group 2. Not your group. CI group 3, that one. CI group 4. So, Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe we have. You are group 4. So, Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe, the 3 groups. Pick a point where you can sit and discuss. You can even decide to sit somewhere else. Then we go to, have you got a discussion partner? Odambe. Marang Odambe, group 1. That is group 5. Marang Odambe, group 2. Then we come to Daraka. Daraka group 1 and Daraka group 2. Then Cosmopolitan or Metropolitan.
Yeah, I'll walk through it again.
Hata watu wa Sonzo, I want you to sit in groups of 2. You are giving us an idea of what you will do for the Daraka people. Because we border them hapo tunapigananga. So we go to the other group. They will show you what to do. It's like a discussion. You form yours. No, we group ya watu wawili. The animals went 2 by 2. Sikeli, tafuta Sikeli. Yes. Christine, wapi Manila? So you don't have even to stand. You just want a place you can sit and talk. Just get a place, sit and talk and discuss. So, when you sit the 2 of you, you are now developing a project that you want to intervene for your community. Watu wa Chuka University. You are here for job, but you can develop a project and we do for funds. It's okay. If you don't feel like participating, it's okay. Sure, let's go. Okay? If you're comfortable. Anyway, you are free. This all you are free. Even if you want to walk to my office and write from there, then I call you, it's okay.
And then key partners, who will we partner with to help us address this challenge and achieve these objectives. And after key partners activities, we have the partners we will work with. What will we do? Just dreaming, so don't worry.
So you are being told you are dreaming, and dreaming is free. We are groups of 2, 2, 2. No told we can be more than 2. There's a change, there's a change.
Can I see the point? I want to go up here again. So, I'll be over in this room because we've been over there. If you look, you see, excuse me, excuse.
Hello?
I want the assignment to be clear, yeah? So, we've thought of broad ideas, big ideas. But the way you get to a big idea is you start with a smaller idea. And you build from the smaller idea to the bigger idea. Excuse me. The other one? So, I want to make sure that we're all together. So, we're beginning to think more specifically about the FCM in our communities. So, your job of your group is to think of a challenge, to settle on a challenge, and an objective, or more than one objective, about what you want to do. Where will we begin and why? What's the challenge? What will we see about that challenge? Yeah? From there, who are our partners? Who do we work with? Maybe 3 to 5 organizations, ministries, governments, etc. Whomever may partner. Maybe the one guru guy who gives us a few million or something. Who knows? So key partner. Activities. What will we do? What are the activities that our key partners will do together to achieve the objectives? From there, the resources. What resources do we have? What resources do we need? And indicators. How will we know that we've been successful in reaching our objective? What will tell us? Where will we get those data? Well, if we want to think about real impact, we have to think about measurement, yeah? You can't just hope to do something out there and you don't know. What will tell you that, yes, we're in the path, or no, we're not? What are the indicators that we're meeting the objectives to counter the challenge that we've identified? Do we understand? Other questions? Confusion? So, just so you know, after we spend some time on this, we'll do peer review. We'll give to another group, we'll exchange with another group our papers. They look, they think, oh, what is this, what is that? And you do the same for them. And then you'll get your papers back and see if there's any changes, updates you want to have. And then we'll present to the whole group. And I think we may get to lunch before we present to the whole group. We'll just see on time. Yeah? Okay, everyone got it? We're all clear? Okay. It's easier for one. Yeah.
They will come here. They also providing market livestock wanazinunua zile zimekoma.
The partners bring, so it's like you want to
They are also being stocked. Like sasa wale zikufa.
yeah, human, any type of resource. Funding. Yeah. How do you know when what tells you your objective is like a figure of section? But what tells you
For example, in my warehouse,
Unajua kama saizi wako na date, sasa
Yeah.
hiyo itawasaidia hivi.
so
Hiyo idea.
kuna ile
You are finishing. When you finish, look for another group that hasn't peer-reviewed yet, if possible, and exchange papers with them. So they look at yours for like 5 minutes and make some comments, and you look at theirs for like 5 minutes and make some comments, and then you exchange back. And if you like the comments, then maybe you update what you've written. You update the plan, yeah? Do you raise your hand if you understand what I'm saying? These ones are not. Oh, they just did it? Oh, they're doing it now. Okay. Yeah. Also, these are not exchanged. These are not exchanged. So we just have 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe these one are finished the exchange, and then these one are finished.
Whatever is needed. Siogopi lakini sasa hizo mapointi nikusoma tu.
ili tuombe twende lunch. I hope lunch is ready. Let's take our seats. I saw people were doing the assignment and were doing it well. I'm also learning a lot. So those who feel that they have not completed, we will give you time. We've agreed that we will extend this as you go for lunch. You can be doing your final touches. I can see Kina Preston and the team are excited about this. I'm proud of you guys. So we've agreed that. No, you can also say, you know, I have a board can sit as well. I'm not.
Maybe just to set expectations. So when we get back from lunch, just to give you an idea of where we're going, each group will present, just briefly, just reading through. No, not much discussion. Just reading through what you have written, all of the plans that you have, and then you'll go to someone else's, and we will do barriers and facilitators analysis on someone else's. So the idea is that this one is not mine, this one is not yours, this one is ours. All of them receive input from all of us. And then at the end of the day, towards the end of the day, we'll present, this is the idea, these are the various facilitators, these are the resources, these are the next steps, and then us, on behalf of ourselves and the offices, where we envision taking this work. Does that make sense? So, yeah, that's just so you know when we get back to lunch.
Thank you, Michael. So we pray for lunch. Our lunch will be at the first floor. And I pray in Kiswahili, the same prayer we prayed for tea. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Amina. Tubariki Mungu wetu, sisi na chakula chetu, tukule, tupate nguvu ya kukutumikia kwa njia ya Kristo. Amina. Amen. to keep quiet. And that is why I'm asking for the feedback. How was lunch? What improvement would you like us to make?
Chicken.
Chicken. Plastic plates. Wait, not for me. Wait. Starches waongeze nyama. Yeah, wameweka mboga mingi. Leo at least na nyama kidogo. Leo wamejaribu kitu na kunanga mboga. That's an input. I'm taking it seriously. Unaniandikia pale. It's feedback I'm giving.
Wameandika white meat.
Waleta white meat. Kwanza kabisa plastic plates. Tubadilishe plastic plates. I will ask the hotel. Why will they serve serious Kenyans with plastic plates? Yeah. Kwanza wabadilishe plastic plates. Wapunguze mboga, waongeze nyama, walete white meat. Christine, you note that for further training. Wapunguze, waongeze nyama. They are not very hygienic. They are carcinogenic. Yes. And I want to say, coming from where we are coming from, we don't work at Chuka University, so I don't know, we just hired somebody to bring the food in. For the people of your state, I should get a better plate. You're not students, right? Yes. So I agree. Do you want to know what is wrong with the meat?
No, just the lack of meat.
Okay. Well, guys, any other? Seriously, I need feedback.
The food was actually very tasty.
The food was tasty. Thank you for that. Or reduced chumvi, uteleza. Nini? Oh, fruits today afadhali waongeze fruits kuliko hizo grains. Yeah. Waongeze fruits. Turaibwe bogwani mukarire nara. Baba gwani batura bagarire nara ome. Okay. So, I'm waiting for Michael.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you are here?
I'm here, yeah.
Professor?
Yes.
Can I hand over the afternoon to you?
Yeah, that's
Or do we continue?
Yeah, let's continue.
Okay, so, oh, sorry for harassing you. I didn't know it was you. Okay, so we move to the next step. We do the presentation for, is it?
Yeah.
Michael will guide us.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I just learned that there are some buttons on my keyboard that if I press them just right, it deletes every slide.
Oh.
I didn't know. It's very interesting.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So, the work that I finished last night and worked on even a bit this morning, I have to put back together. Eh? No.
It's not in the camera, no?
I don't know where it went, but it's okay. What it's doing right now is, this is, like I've paused sharing my screen. So this is what the last slide when I paused. Anyway, just to say, I have all the links, I put them in a different document and I ported them over, so it'll be fine, don't worry. We'll still have the same afternoon. I just have to have a moment of a little stress, which is okay. So what I would like to have each group do Right now, maybe you're thinking, this is our group idea, this is our group idea, this is our group idea. I'm hoping by the end of this afternoon, we don't have separate ideas. We have a collection of our ideas. So that we're all giving feedback to each other, so that each idea becomes the best because of the strengths of ourselves. Yeah? So to proceed with that, I would like to invite, is this the first one? We can begin with on the right and move left, maybe? Just to go in order. So to present your group's, we'll say your group's idea for now, I would like for you to, whoever was here, to come and present your challenge and objectives, your key partners, your activities, your resources, and your indicators.
So the group that looked at challenges of unreported school dropout and GPV?
Yeah, and I'm thinking that...
Let them present themselves.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I'm reading so that they come and present.
Okay.
I'm not presenting for them.
When we present over there, we can all move over there to see and read along. We're all here in this space, yeah?
Sure.
So whoever's this one, let's present, and then we'll go through and see the ideas. And so you know the next step will be barriers and facilitators. We'll take on a different project, a different kind of idea, and we'll think about the barriers and facilitators, both internal and external. Yeah? So it has to be someone.
So you didn't identify yourself, so I don't know who to call out. Yeah. Yes, please come over. With your group members. Oh, one has left. Number 2, come over. We see your beautiful accent.
Good afternoon, members. This was our group, Naraka. With him and one of our members has just walked out. Our challenge was unreported school dropout cases and also cases of GBV and child abuse. Our objective was to increase the reported school dropout cases. Someone may ask why increase? Because they are not reported. We now have the number increase. The objective number 2 was to sensitize on the need to report GBV and child abuse cases. The second part was the key partners to engage. Our partner, the first one is the Minister of Education, Minister of Labor and Social Protection, there's Minister of Interior, Judiciary, NGOs, CPOs and FPOs, there's media and private sector. Then there's a group which handled another point here, that is political leadership and county government, which is okay. Activities, we indicated that our activities to do is 1, community awareness and sensitization, capacity building, advocacy and legal support, recruitment of child protection volunteers and GBV champions, economic empowerment, that is formation of social groups. Another group added a point for us, that is rescue strategies, shelter homes or safe places, which is also good. Resources that we need to do to achieve our objective. One resource is a human resource, that is trained social workers, community, that is trained social workers and community mobilizers and also police officers. Another resource is financial resources, material and equipment, another resource. Another resource is technology. Then group added a point for us, that is legal framework, another resource which is okay. Indicators. Our indicator number 1 is number of meetings. Another indicator is reported cases. Another indicator is support indicators. Then we added another indicator here, increased completion rates in the schools, and which is okay. That is all for us.
This is wonderful.
Yes.
What they thinking?
Yes.
Thinking is?
Free.
Dreaming is?
Free.
It is achievable, isn't it? All of us, we can achieve this. The second group is those who looked at FCM discussions. Group 2. Please come over.
But even before we go to the second group, now from the plenary, is there anything which has perhaps will be added to this group, either to make the idea better, or even is there anything that can be deducted from the ideas? What is the views of others?
Yeah, because it was group, they just had an input from another group. Give your input. What do you think we should add to this? And reported school dropout and GBV and child abuse cases. Are they happening in our communities?
Yes.
Do we have child dropout rates in Tharaka
Yes.
or in Tharaka County?
Yes.
Do we have gender-based violence?
Yes.
Is there child abuse?
Yes.
Are they reported?
Some.
Not all, right? Among those which are reported, which are many, the reported ones and the unreported? The unreported ones. So they want to see how that is a challenge we have. And they have their objectives. I would not want to go to read through them. From what they have read, do you think there's something we need to add? We will go and type these documents. This is not just an exercise in vain. Even if you want a report, unfortunately, zimepotea that we'll still get. We would rather do the work we did last night. So, what input do you want? And we can share this with you after this.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking after seeing what they have come up with. Yesterday we had testimonies from those individuals that were rescued from the streets, and there was a common theme. That early childhood experiences actually is what drove them to the streets. And for this particular group, you can see they are bringing up the issue of child abuse. They are bringing up the issue of child abuse, which again, okay, can be a contributor, a robust contributor for children to run to the streets. Now, what interventions? I think they have indicated the kind of activities. But I want also to believe that someone who has undergone some abuse is not just physical abuse, but these people also become traumatized, they are stressed, and I think they would need counseling services. This is my opinion.
Just let's call them mental health interventions. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, that one, the counseling services. Any person who has gone through GBV, child abuse, those people, even when we do assessment, that has to be done by a counselor because that person has experienced trauma and needs psychological first aid and the healing. Thank you very much, Professor. Any other input?
Before I pass the mic to Dr. Doc, the other thing is that we are lucky that the participants for this training, they are people who are working with the government. And these ideas are coming from them. Perhaps there are evidences of these things are happening wherever they are working, are there strategies or action plans to mitigate or even to reduce this problem? Because if it's left to continue like this, then we expect to have devastating results in the end. What is happening? I would appreciate it if the group could shed more light on what is happening, so that if there is nothing that is happening, I want to believe that this training can even come up with proposals for actual intervention, other than just leaving it from a theoretical point of view.
Thank you so much. You know that you are the host and the UNC, you will do the two concurrently. Before we answer that, Mrs. Sahau, I would civil we just put the police here, the gender desk. So the something Prof has raised, and the people who are working with the IT, I am giving it purposefully. What strategies are there in place, or what is happening on the ground to mitigate this?
In terms of school dropouts, we have a strategy that we call like 100% transition. This involves now ensuring that, for example, the transition from in the old system, from primary school to secondary school, we do a mop-up to ensure that everybody who did the exam in a particular area is accounted for. There are also the laws that have been passed to ensure, and then the issue of ensuring access to education at all levels. There is expansion of the physical facilities to ensure that to reduce school dropout. And then there is general law enforcement, because what causes school dropouts, you find issues like early pregnancies, etc. We have a robust law enforcement. Same case with child abuse, robust law enforcement, training of officers, police officers, chiefs, assistant chiefs, how to handle cases of child abuse. We have strategies like the gender desk in the police stations, some of the police stations. But having said that, I think a lot still needs to be done. But it's not like nothing is done. Kenya has some of the best laws to protect the children. So a bit has been done, but a lot more needs to be done, especially at community level. Some of the challenges is the I don't know whether it's to call it culture. A community that is kind of protective to the perpetrators of things like child abuse. We were talking here in the morning about beating up your own children. Is that child abuse?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And you are giving the impression that being beaten by your parents is kind of acceptable. So
We were sharing our
that's an
experiences
attitude
about how bad we were beaten. We are nothing to
You should not be proud that you are beating your children or that you are beaten. It's a problem. It's violence.
Yes, I agree with you. I beat when I'm annoyed.
So annoyance is another problem. You should manage anger. So we have a community. We have a community that is protective. I think a bit needs to be done in terms of seeking justice for the victims of child abuse.
Thank you so much. Now that he has asked, as I give to you, madam, because I was targeting you, as you give your point, tell us how we can use the FCM to assist you address this. All that.
Thank you very much. I want to relate us a case where from the goodwill of well-wishers from the community, there was this boy who had dropped out of school. The boy was just hanging around in the market. And there was a well-wisher who came to my office, the office of the public. So, and he was concerned that this boy dropped out of school in Form 2, a 16-year-old boy. And when I interrogated one, the boy is an orphan. The mother is not alive. He doesn't know the father. So the relatives, the grandfather, the father to the man, and the uncles, they have done everything they could, but the boy still drops out of school. They transfer the boy from one school to the other, but still drops out of school and hangs around the market, chewing miraa and taking alcohol, and also, I don't know if it is cannabis, sativa. So I asked the well-wisher, what do you want us to do now? Because the boy is underage, he has dropped out of school. What do you suggest that we do? So he told me, please help me to arrest the boy so that we can come and talk. So I sent my officers, they brought the boy to my office. And I talked to the boy. The boy looks, he's an handsome boy, one, and he looks very clean, but still dirty because he doesn't even take a bath. So I talked to him and he was, what do you want? The uncles have tried, your grandfather has tried. So he told me, they usually remind him that the mother is not alive and they are doing him a favor, and that one, it doesn't hog well with the boy. So in other words, this one, every day, you know you are an orphan, you know needing, it is traumatizing the boy. So I asked the boy, after a long time, actually we took more than 5 hours, just talking and consulting them. And the relatives, when I called them from different places, they told me, huyo tumerusha mkono. So nikamuliza, sasa wewe unataka nikusaidie namna gani? And I told him, I'm talking to you like a mother because I have a son your age. The fact is, your mother is dead and hatakuja tena. But now you have a life to live. So we reasoned, and out of the reasoning, I was able to convince the relatives. And I told them they can take the boy to a rehab, and then later he gets back to school. So afterwards, to cut a long story short, I was able to take that boy to a rehab. Asikumwachilia, niseme atienda utakuja kesho. Hapo tulipanga na kijana tukapeleka rehab in somewhere in Kubu. Harmony. Yeah. The boy is there and is doing very well. So what I'm trying to say is that so that it doesn't become just theoretical, it doesn't just become issues of the boardroom, we need a concerted effort from the community. The community, like one, that one was just information shared. And also, it will also land on officers who are ready to assist. So if you just brush it to say, watoto wa siku hizi wameharibika, sijui nini, hatutasaidia. But then, if we take each one of us, the literal effort you can do, we can assist, we can reduce this dropout rate. Number 2, gender-based violence. It is very weird the way it happens. In our barazas, that is where we meet people. And we give them time to express themselves. So, you'll find that there are men also, apart from the women, there are men who are beaten by wives. And the wife would scream. Aonekana yeye ndiye anapigwa. Number 2, the issues of rape, incest, like incest iko sana katika nini jamii ya wa Tharaka. It happens that watoto wakifika age fulani, mama anamwambia wewe sasa unaweza ukajitafutia. Unaona? So msichana lazima atafutane na mwanaume mwenye atamsaidia, aende atafute sabuni, wanaambia tafuta sabuni. You would believe this. Wengine, it is a father. We have a case in Chakarika police station where the father has defiled his own daughter. The case in court. Now, it emerged from the public that some women, when they are not, when their relationship with the husband is not doing well, they will ask the daughter to implicate the man, the husband. Sema alituambia hivi na hivi. Sema amefanya hivi. Set up. So all these tenets of gender-based violence, they are there in the community, and we can do something about it. When they are reported, or when they are reported, for example, sometimes they want to go and sikizana. Ona, twende tusikizane huko nyuma. Na hiyo ndio kitu tumesema, hakuna kusikizana. Na tumewaambia kama mtoto akiwa raped, what you should do. Oh, I'm sorry for the professor. You are getting Kiswahili.
Yes, no worries.
So we are sensitizing the people on the images. When there is a rape, when it occurs, the procedures and the process that should take place immediately. And then kusikizana, kangaroo court ndizo tumekataa. We have refused that of local arrangement, such that the parents are paid some amount so that to cover up the crime.
Thank you so much. You can see we are smiling with Christine and smiling at each other because we now know we are support. That if I come to you with a child and a girl who has dropped out of school because of their father, I know at least your office will support me. But we don't know from the community point of view. We don't know where to go. Thank you so much. Able to wapigieni makofi. Let's even clap for whoever came with these policies. So this is an area of intervention, right? So we would get much time because you know many of you want to leave.
Yes.
The next group.
I think, Madam, before you move to the next group, because the challenge identified was about increasing the reporting of dropout cases.
So I was thinking, maybe Madam has said it is not about to matter. Why are those dropout cases? Because of the group, it is like they are not all being important.
So Mike, just a minute. Michael, can we finish and do a way forward for this?
My thinking is we have 5 more ideas to go through.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We have many ideas to go through.
Yeah.
And we still have scheduled some more work to do with them. So the thinking was to go back to groups and do basically a SWOT analysis for each one, and then we will vote at the end after we present, because we cannot go so far in each idea. I'm open to changing, but this is the idea, to hear them all, and then to think which way is the way forward.
Because we are coming to discuss this after presentation. Yeah.
So we can go through the group's work, and then after that, now we go.
We will have the suggestions to counter these challenges, and then we will vote on which is the best suggestion amongst these. Tutapiga mpaka kura saa hii na hakuna mtu ataiba. Okay, group 2 please. The ones who did FCM discussion. This one?
No.
Oh.
Oh,
economic development and livelihood. Thank you for the correction.
I've eaten a lot.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, we are well directed, but we were able to look at this and we focused on economic development and how to uplift livelihoods of Katarakanidi people. I have my senior who can also speak well because I'm not yet there. We picked economic development and uplifting livelihoods of people that are in the community. Now, the main challenge that directed our discussion is lack of employment opportunities. Our key partners, we were not able to identify the specific ministries, but we learned about national government, the county government, and we trickled down to NGOs. We have SODZO, this amazing work, AFRICOM, Child Rights, Plan International, and the outside. This particular outside, they are dealing with, they focus on dairy farming. So they are value addition, they want to train farmers on value addition on milk products. We also identified international organization, the World Health Organization, World Bank, where we also said IMF will fall under World Bank. We also identified that faith-based organizations, when consolidated, they can support to bring up more opportunities in our people. We also say that doing this, we also need the local communities. That's why we look at what is there already. For example, many communities have established the Makumi initiatives. They can also be, it's critical to incorporate the local communities. And also we say thank you for the group that benchmarked our work and also added on financial institutions. It is true. Chuka Town has many circles. So it's a front where we can tap how we can help farmers. On our discussion, it was a bottom line that the main activity that can be looked down to increase more opportunities is farming. If you look at the lower side of Tharaka-Nithi County, we have very arable land and food is coming from there. So we can have more empowerment workshops, we can have more sensitization barazas, and also to tap on digital literacy, the smart farm. The smart farm opportunities can be leveled to help the farmers. It was also noted that, not that people don't have money, but people have money, but there are low levels of financial literacy. So partners can come up to also uplift the financial literacy in our people. We emphasized on value addition initiatives to focus on products that are coming out from Tharaka-Nithi, that is milk, coffee, tea, and also honey. We say thank you also to the addition of financial inclusion to bring about community-friendly products. We identified that the readily available human capital is a great resource, and also the land in Tharaka-Nithi County is fertile, and it's a good resource to increase more opportunities to our people. Among our people also there are many self-help groups where we can end this dependency rate but also it was noted that these chamas, they save, but at the end of the year, they finish their business and they start another year with zero finances. So our continuity and also to put up projects should be linked to train our people. On the indicators, I would like to pass to our senior member here to give an insight also, because I'm not in the work. Yes. Thank you. So on indicators, how do we gauge the performance or whatever, the fruition of what we need to do? We can look at the already existing agriculture, whatever. Okay, increased school enrollment, positive saving culture, agriculture interventions. Sorry, Asia. Positive saving culture. If it is improved from among our people, it will be a good indicator. Evidence-based data from existing financial institutions, that is circles. We can be able to see the number of people who have enrolled in those circles after these activities. And then also we look at the self-sustainability efforts. Has it improved after doing all these awareness? Are our people now becoming self-sustainable? Are they now reducing the over dependence on government reliefs? Yet they have a lot of potentials. And then also reduced cases of drug abuse. So that is as far as we could be able to do. But we are not limited to being questioned, interrogated, minus abduction.
Wapigiwe makofi. You see, that was just 1 hour and they did such a great work. Now, Ipropi Mandienzi, right? This guy was just here to do his work of giving us microphones, but they have done a good job. Wapigiwe makofi tena. So I don't want us, do we interrogate these or we go to the next one? The other two are related. We go to the next one. Please follow me. This is a high level of gender-based violence. Okay, good afternoon. So, hii ilikuwa kikundi ya wazee. Kata utupe pale umezee.
need analysis on GBV survivors, establish support networks, establish a network for partners supporting survivors. Also, activities was to convene a meeting for GBV players to discuss a need for rescue center, identify and allocate land to set up the center, establish a structure to run the rescue center, set up a budget for construction and running of the center, capacity build staff for running the center. Resources is land, staff, and funds for building the center. Indication is number of barazas, number of attendants, number of men trained, data on GBV, register for GBV actors, PSS guidelines for GBV support, number of rescue centers, and county budget line for GBV.
Makofi kwao.
GBV, rescue center. And when we rescue, we just don't rescue the women, we also rescue the men and also the children. This is a very beautiful one. I love that for thinking. But I'm asking myself, and universities partners, we may not have the money, but you are the experts. When you think about these things, don't be forgetting us. And sio kujitetea. We have a lot here, we can help you. You have a lot, you can help us. When you want an opinion on something, sometimes you are looking for an expert, for example, an expert in environmental, right? And then we have consultant here, some even will approve these things, but you are struggling going to Nairobi, umwache hapa, uende mkuta wapi? Nairobi. So we are very major partners and willing to partner with the national government, with the county government. Actually, you are our partners, aren't you? So, I'm talking, that's why you are here. The next one is child pregnancy. Another hot area, especially in my village.
Good afternoon, members. So this was group 1, Chuka Mangombe. The challenge we identified was child pregnancy, and our objective was to lower or reduce the early pregnancy rates. The key partners we identified were the local administrators, including the NGAO. We have the NGOs, the DCS, the health, both the national and the county governments. We have the police, opinion leaders, and the government ministries, the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Interior, all those. The activities was the sensitization through the public barazas. Then we have the guidance and counseling forums, the rescue activities and rehabilitations. Then we have capacity building of the partners. We have another addition of our awareness education for children and teenagers on their rights and protection. The resources we identified were funds, counselors, doctors, the police, CEOs, that is basically the human resource. Then the land. We have an addition of the offices, rescue centers, and the safe shelters. We also identified vehicles. The indicators were to the reduced school dropouts, and especially for the girls who are very much affected. Then there should be increased awareness from the sensitizations, lowered numbers of the child pregnancy cases reported. An addition there is training, thriving environment for children.
That is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And this team seems to have come from the Child Welfare Office, is it? Yes, so beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. We move to the next group. Even you, please partner with us. We are able to do all those things. Look for us. Not for me, for us. We will show you who you can work with the children. We have a lot of ECD teachers and child counselors. The next one is hunger leading to dependency on relief food. That must have come from my neighboring county.
Yeah, it's from Tharaka South constituency.
There's a friend who keeps sending me to farm food.
Okay, we had the challenge is hunger leading to dependency on relief food, and our objectives were diversification of food production, embracing climate smart agriculture to reduce over-reliance on rain-fed food production, livestock offtake during drought season, and providing market linkages, value addition for agricultural products such as cassava and sorghum. Then we had some input from the other members. And number one is to reduce post-harvest loss, to increase feedlot storage, then to increase acreage and irrigation. Then we had the key partners, and we identified around 4. And then we also had around 3 as inputs. Then number one is National Drought Management Authority, which is the NDMA. We also had Kenya Breweries, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Then us, the NGAO, that is the National Government Administration Organization. So then there were farmer. Then number last is development partners and county governments. The activities were giving farmers certified seeds, giving subsidized farming products, training of farmers, tracking the progress agricultural production, and the input was partnership with meat processors. Resources, we had agricultural extension officers, locally available seeds, improved breeds of cattle. Then Vision 2030, we also have the CIDPs, which is the County Integrated Development Plans. Then the indicators, we have reduced reliance on relief food, improved school attendance, reduction of cases of malnutrition amongst the communities. Then the inputs were number of people graduated from need of relief, food, support, number of farmers trained on climate smart initiatives, number of animals offloaded during drought, and lastly, increased quantity of food produced. Thank you.
We did not understand the indicators at first. That's why you see, those who give us input, this was really well done, because we gave our indicators like the outcome. Tukishafanya, si unaona hii, tukishafanya hizi vitu zote, tunapata reduced reliance. Sisi indicators zetu tuliangalia in terms of mwisho wa safari, lakini tuliambiwa indicators is steps towards realizing that. So whoever give us this input, this is what is supposed to be the indicators, not what we give. So whoever did this, well done.
Wapigiwe makofi. That is wonderful. Please, food security. I'm not bragging, but we have a lot of projects on food security here. Tumia watu wa faculty of agriculture. Waache kupeleka project yuko na tumeachwa nini? Hapa. Si kuna Tharaka Nithi County. Why should a project be done in Kisumu instead of Chuka and Tharaka Nithi? So, tafuteni watu wa faculty of agriculture. Today I'm telling you, you will get them, and together we will do it. Still. That's why we are here. Thank you so much. The other one is, kuna swali ilikuwa imeulizwa, Kenya Breweries. Don't defend yourself, just tell us what they do. Okay. And this program we can do with it Mudikora, ile tulikuwa tunakula kitambo. Oh.
There's a special type of sorghum.
Eh.
I know they engage farmers in contract farming.
Okay.
So that the way they grow their crop is under certain specifications. And then they sell at the market and they buy. Yeah, but they provide them with the seeds and all that. So it's actually a keeper.
So it's a key to kutuzia pombe. Okay, thank you. Then the other one is, this is Perina and Kelly. Pierina. Just come over, the two of you. We want to hear those beautiful faces. It's okay, come without the shoes. Do we need them? We need the knowledge, not the shoes.
Here you go. Here's the mic.
Please come over.
Okay. The project's name is the Save a Child, that is what we dubbed it, and the challenge is child abuse, neglect, abandonment, infanticide. The objective is to have a safe environment that promotes the right and protection of all children as per our Constitution and the Children Act 2022. Key partners are the Ministry of Gender, Children and Culture, County Government, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Health, CSOs, Community Security and Welfare Champions, and Ministry of Education. Activities is to create awareness on children's rights and protection, lobbying for establishment of safe shelters, train duty bearers on prevention and response of child abuse, construction of safe shelters, rescue, rehabilitation, and reintegrating the children, and prosecution of perpetrators. Resources is the land to build the safe spaces, the money for maintenance and operations, vehicles for rescues and operations, offices for operations, human resource, food and non-food items, and policies, for example, child protection policies. Indicators, we will have less cases reported, a functional safe shelter, a safe environment for children to thrive, a more enlightened generation of learned generation, and more integrated children.
Wonderful, wonderful. Isn't that wonderful? Well, that was wonderful. The interest of the child is there. Did you know that Chuka University has a school of law? We have a school of law, and in my school, I have 8 advocates of the High Court. They are all practicing. So, we have even, our students have club ya watoto, wakili wa watoto. So, they have a club, wakili wa watoto, children's rights. Don't go far. Come, let us partner. I'm not bragging for Chuka University. I just want to talk of the resources I know. I've told you we have agriculture, we have education, and here. So now we have the children's rights. We can partner with you still in this. Thank you. So the next group is Sonzo Kenya Intervention. Apigiwe makofi.
Good afternoon. Mr. Julius Carlos, I want to present, but he has moved kidogo, so I'll be doing the presentation for Sonzo Kenya. Our challenge that we identify is that there's an increase in number of street children and street families within Tharaka Nithi. And some of the objectives that we felt is, one, reduction of the number, and the other one, prevention of more children migrating to the streets. And also we felt that there's a need for us to introduce FCM in communities within the Canadian communities. So some of the key partners is us, Sonzo and Sonzo International. There's this body by the government, the Street Family Rehabilitation Trust Fund. I believe some of you have heard about it. It's a body that regulates organization and ensures that children are not in the street. It's a state body, so it's called Street Family Rehabilitation Trust Fund, and mostly being part of the Lakandidi chapter, because there's a Lakandidi chapter. We have to the community. Pardon? Yes, they have devoted the chapters to the county, from the national government to the county. So the other one is the DCS, the Directorate of Children's Services, the local administration, churches, and NGOs working at TNC. There's a need even to map other NGOs. There's the county government of Dalakanidi, schools, the Ministry of Education, social development, civil infra, because of some, as we know, some of these children lack identification cards and birth certificates, judiciary, so that you can be able to ensure it's the rehabilitation they have the committal orders. These are some of the specific activities. The first one is stakeholder engagement meeting, like the one we are having now, whereby we bring all stakeholders that deal with matters to do with street families and street children, like this one. The other one is bring proposal for the grants. Thereafter, as an NGO, you cannot come and start implementing the program. We're not getting authorization from relevant government bodies. And then the other one is mapping of stakeholders, which are other organizations that are doing what we are coming to do, and how we can partner with them to do. And the last one is no implementation of the whole program based on some of the activities that we've been able to see. On the resources, first one, the human resource, we need human resource. We need finance, we need those funding, we need everything to build finance and infrastructure, build those buildings, rehabilitation centers, vehicles. On the indicators, the first one we felt is, the first indicator is to have a baseline survey conducted. And then the other one was to, the baseline survey will show us the number of children, where the reason these children come to the streets, if they have a rehabilitation center in place. Or the other one is to train the FCM to communities or those groups that will start in this place, so that you can be able to, in short, we want to use FCM to prevent more children from coming to the streets. So we need to know the number of trainings that we'll be able to do, be it in quarterly, mid-quarter, or mid-year. So we'll be showing the number of the trainings. So this is what we came up with. Thank you.
But still you left us out, and you've been your major partners. You can say universities. Yes, we need to get to the community now. Lazima. Unajua sio optional. Hii research siku hizi serikali inataka kuona umefanyia watu wako nini. Sawa? So we want to work with you. You even forgot, I saw county government. What about the national government?
The local administration. From the county commissioner.
Okay. I thought it changed the name. The other one is, I'm not sure, challenges and objective. Bad governance, to improve governance, law and order. Ensure, okay. Thank you. Very good.
Good afternoon. So we identified two challenges, that is bad governance and law and order. For bad governance, our objective was to improve governance, and for law and order, it was to ensure there is law and order. Then there's one added one here, enhance social cohesion. I'm not sure what that means. So our key partners when it comes to governance would be the national government, the national government, county government, the Law Society of Kenya, religious organizations and churches, educational institutions, a university, and the community. community at large. Basically, bad governance cuts across all this, and then for the community, we can call out bad governance. And then for law and order, our key partners would be judiciary, the national government, the county government, political leadership, and the National Assembly. So our activities, capacity building, maybe it could be through trainings, mentorship programs, and then we had research. Community policing, this is where we have a collaboration between the police and the community so as to identify lawlessness and all that. And then we have support from community forums, support community forums, new forums and existing ones, benchmarking tours and visits, legislation that is both the national and the county government, and then we have public participation forums. For resources, we identified human resources, financial resources, and also time as a resource. Indicators: increased public participations, reduced crime, prosecutions. That is in relation to this, whereby we talked of judiciary being a key partner to lawlessness and law and order, That is, we ensure, or rather we see to it that cases of lawlessness are escalated to the necessary authorities, and then also improved laws. This is a relation whereby we say that National Assembly is a partner when it comes to law and order. If anything, these are the lawmakers. Thank you.
Wonderful. That is nice. Let's give a loud, a hearty clap to each and every one of us. Please tell yourself, I'm a great person. I can generate ideas. Haven't we generated ideas here? Haven't we come up with new knowledge? Did it exist? Here in Jokazi University. We already have the knowledge, it's now to work with the knowledge. We go back to our seats as, I would prefer that side because of because the noisemaker can make better noise. Then I hand over to Michael to do a closing on that as we move to the next activity.
What did we think of that activity? Was it stimulating? Was it helpful to think about? So we continue the journey from thinking about big ideas, new ideas yesterday, big ideas this morning, to practical, implementable ideas. So I want us to assign ourselves to an idea that we didn't begin with, and to think with that idea, how would we make this happen? What would keep us from making this happen? That is, we think about facilitators. What would help this to happen? So internal to a partnership like between the governments and NGO, maybe Sozo, Chuka, University, some other, in the project team. What would facilitate? And what would keep... Oh, we have something.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt, but one of us today is our birthday. We are just playing with our mind. Thursday they are going to collect. We just wanted when she comes in, just place it here, please. We just wanted that when she comes in, she finds She finds out, we surprise her with a cake, a birthday cake, okay? So we are going to sing for her, happy birthday. The third you take over together with the signaling, okay? We sing for her and then we will proceed from there. Okay, it's good to celebrate each other. Sure. Yes. And then, yeah, this is it. So I don't know, now you can take up. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
For a moment, they are coming. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. So,
it's Christine's birthday.
yeah, it's a.
So unajua Christine by now, unajua Christine ni nani? And she's part of the facilitators. She took us through
KPJ.
yeah, she took us through KPJ. Yes. So, happy birthday.
DJs.
Yes.
You want even us, eh? Even us were saying you want that surprise also. Do you have other July babies? Yes. You're a July baby? What?
This one is birthday coming
Eh.
very fast.
Wow. Okay, my son is also a July baby.
Oh.
Yeah. I have 3 teenagers now in my house. I need the assistants to know how to raise teenagers. any advice I welcome them. Yes, teenagers. Yeah, it's not a joke. Yeah, there's something else.
Yes.
So happy birthday.
It's your birthday. Psychological what?
Wale ambao hawapendi keki ni wangapi? Yes, it doesn't want to be cut.
Michael, when is your birthday?
November.
Make sure you are out.
Okay, I'll come back. Just you guys know how to celebrate, right? And yours, when does you born?
Mine is already gone.
We celebrate the flourishing communities way.
Oh, since we're saying each other's birthday, mine is 4th January. 8th of Bali. It's around the corner.
And this one is 16 this month.
We celebrate house.
No, akula keki kwanza. She's still shaking.
Sorry.
Not she went to Mama.
Yeah.
She didn't know.
Make me drop the plate.
I think the cake makes people relax. Nasikia cake ni tamu. It has been made by Joy Makers up Chuka Town. She's a colleague. It is the fruits of our flourishing community at Chuka University. We just informed her at around 8 and you have the cake. So if you have a birthday, talk to Madam Joy. She does very wonderful cakes. 789 if you're looking for accommodation. Opposite Moringa. So that's the person who's there. Let's give credit to his team. I think we continue. Where are we, Michael?
So to prepare your thinking, We have basically 2.5 more activities to do scheduled. One, the next one is to think about the facilitators and barriers internal to the working team that you've imagined or that have been placed as the partners on the sheet, and external. Facilitators include strengths, assets, enablers, barriers, reasons why we're not. This is better. Yeah, okay. So also thinking about reasons why it wouldn't work. What are the barriers that would keep this project from working? And I want you to go to an idea that you didn't write down and that you haven't yet edited, you didn't read yet. So a brand new idea. Not brand new because we just walked through them. But go through, and as you think about the facilitators, think about what sort of human, financial, logistical, or in-kind resources are present that would facilitate. Think about funding or in-kind sources and how we can proceed to access these funds. We want to turn these ideas into potential actions. So what do we do? What's there to help us that you know about? Of course, there are things that you don't know about. So when we're sharing, we'll all mention the different resources that we know of that maybe not everyone knew. Also, as you think about facilitators, see if they can match with partners. And as you think about the barriers, the reasons why it wouldn't work, think, what would you do about this barrier? So I think maybe we take 20 minutes, we go to a new idea, and we do this. So we think of barriers, and also for the top ones, the most important barriers, we think, how would we get around them? Yeah. So we can think about not just with reference to a specific project, but in general, because of time. Would it be helpful to think of in general, rather than
I think let's think of it from a general point of view.
Mm.
And if you allow, we can actually use your template and we can fill it up.
Yeah.
And at the end, we see what is the outcome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's important that we think through
Yes.
facilitation and enablers. It's not as important that we think with respect to the ideas that were listed as the idea, but for time, just think about, and maybe on your own paper, make this chart, and just spend, or maybe, would it be better to do by yourself or in partners?
What I'm suggesting, we can actually, as a plenary, brainstorm.
Okay.
Brainstorm.
Got you.
And eventually see what is the common things that will come up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we are looking at barriers, obstacles, risks, and gaps. What internal within the county government, or let's say within the county.
Within the team that we envision partnering together.
Yeah, with these projects, what are the possible barriers?
So I've all listed partners. And so there are partners, and then there are entities outside of that partnership.
I'm ready to deliver the noisemaker.
Barriers in the county. There is a lot of corruption and a lot of siasa mbaya and politics. Poor leadership, poor leaders, huh? Bad leaders.
There's also lack of a gap, lack of policies in place.
Policies, can you be more specific? Policies about what?
Policies in regards to child protection, resource allocation, etc., etc., etc.
I don't know whether it is, but maybe it is reinforcing what Madam Gadoni has said. It's a shortage of manpower.
Conflict.
Another barrier is unwillingness. You know, not that we lack ideas or we lack, but the willingness to implement. You know, like we can talk, we do, in Kenya, we do a lot of talking. We can have our own training for our own government officers, we will do this, but who monitors? We lack monitoring, evaluation, like here seriousness to implement things. The willingness to implement.
Land succession case. Who anashikana panga and they want to chase the girls away.
have two.
Stop harassing us.
I have two for the barriers, especially in the county government and national government at large. The first one is communication. There is weak communication within the whole system of the government. And the last one is the government involvement of other stakeholders. There's that gap. Si hata kuona serikali inaita other stakeholders, wacho wafanye. So lack of involving other stakeholders, especially now the county government.
So let's not blame the government like she has said, there is always a mad woman in town. Stakeholder participation is a key issue in government. Let us say the way there is that breakdown of communication on how we involve each other. It's a challenge, right? Like you as Sonzo, you don't know, you may want to do something but you don't know how to communicate to and how to be involved in this.
Yeah.
Like I was telling Adoni, I'm interested in children welfare but I don't know how to see.
I think to achieve the objective of this activity, I think we have had enough barriers.
Yes.
We can go to other sections now so that we see the overall outcome, so that at least we have something to learn from this exercise.
Do we only have barriers or do we have facilitators?
That's a question.
Facilitators.
We are looking at facilitators,
Yes.
enablers.
Yes.
So what are the enablers?
There are lots of enablers.
Yes.
Our laws, we have a law on public participation, for example, which is, that is good policies and good laws. It's an enabler. Also, we have fairly educated people out there.
Exactly. That is why I was
They should not be underestimated.
So there's a
Okay.
legal framework.
Legal framework.
Human capital.
We have a human capital.
Highly scaled human capital.
Yes.
Um,
Let's not always look at them. The negatives we have so many. Can we have now the enablers?
Yes.
Yes.
As long civil service.
What I wanted to say, a dedicated workforce. It is scarce, but dedicated.
Yes, we have a dedicated workforce. The issue ya simu tunaita nini? Social networking. Tunaita nini? That I can use Facebook, WhatsApp, blah, blah, to do these things. What is it called in English? These are social network.
social network, digital.
No, digital literacy.
Or digital literacy.
Yes. Even my mother in the village can tell me, please turn a mic.
I think we have some robust policy framework within the government.
Yes.
Very good policy framework. I will also say this. We have a government that is willing to support its people grow. The government, who is the government? Me, you, and the others, right? We are willing to support communities grow. Me.
And also the government.
It's a strength.
And also fund.
And the funding, the government has a lot of fund, if properly utilized.
Actually, we call them devolved funds. Devolved funds. You are looking at the CDF, you are looking at GAF, you are looking at the one that our boss was mentioning yesterday's phone was Nyota,
We have
Asla Fund. In other words, the resources for transformation are available.
Financial institutions.
The bursaries and so on.
Work population.
Great.
Work population. Work.
Oh.
You can witness that people now know their rights and know where to get information. Yes, and also the youth is the main.
Let us not lie to ourselves. We have a vibrant GNCC. If properly managed, we can go places. You know, we are managing them the wrong way. The right way, we will excel as a country. Are we through? The next one, my professor?
Yeah, I think so. But you tell me. So the purpose of this is to give us all a sense of what's possible and what the potential next steps may be.
But there's something you have left. When we have talked about those, I'm saying for Chuka University. Allow me to speak on behalf of Chuka University. We have experts in our region. The university is open to partnership. We have a partnership with the county government. They support us to grow. All these things that we are talking about, Chuka University is open. The strongest is the experts community. The infrastructure like the one we are using, it's open for us to use.
Knowledge and expertise.
Yes, the experts, we have so many in anything, in the areas you want. We have a supportive management. I will tell you, come anytime, talk to professor. We have this in the community. Can you facilitate so we will come. Am I lying, professor?
Right.
Yes, so Chuka University, and the faculties have said the law.
Chuka and Tharaka
Kangere kaina ware mwene Hekalkuinie Chuka University. Let us agree, our baby has grown. When I talk of Chuka, where is Tharaka, Keritina, Meru. I will not talk on behalf of them. Let me talk of what I know.
You are candles. You should not sing the other candles.
I am talking of Chuka University because we put it Chuka University.
Yeah, I think Tharaka may be a good partner, but they're not here.
They're not here.
Until we engage their external.
They are in the council.
Yeah, sure. But they're not on the list of partners.
So they're external.
Yeah.
External partners.
Yeah, because they are here, true. Maybe we engage them. But until we do, until we know who the partners are there, we have to name them as external.
Yes, until we go to Professor Moriogi, talk to him and tell us, Karibuni, you can use our facilities, we cannot talk about them, right? And now because you are really passionate about Tharaka University, we are coming down there. They are our partners. We will come and we will work together. So there's no fight between Chuka and Tharaka. We love each other. Any other?
So thinking of these ideas that we've gone through, thinking of, unless there's more barriers or facilitators to name, ours now is to define the way forward. I think maybe we've heard as much as we can hear without being here all month. Is it true?
Michael, would you give us a guided way forward?
Yeah, so my suggestion, my thinking right now, is maybe we just still have a brainstorm of what do we see? What do we see as potential ways forward from here? From where we sit, from our offices, from our organizations, from our universities. Do we see anything forward? Is it we exchange Christmas cards around Christmas time? Is there something more that we do? What from today do we envision going forward?
We are beginning with Mr. Langota to give us the first way forward. Yes, it's spoken, we have been making all this.
I want to say, this is not, you can say without commitment what you would like to see. It's just still dreaming. And then we'll settle. Okay, we'll dream, way forward, and then we'll say this looks like what I can do and what my office can do. And then we'll be finished for the day.
Thank you.
I think the best thing is now we start community awareness of what we want to do.
Thank you. Community sensitization. I'm looking for people who've not spoken.
The others, you raise your hand.
Maybe can think of introduction of FCM model to our community groups, the ones we are registering.
Okay. I will speak.
Okay, more sensitization of the services delivery, that is through community brothers, since some of them doesn't know where to seek the services.
I think we can talk about engaging. We do more advocacy.
Unajua napata watu wenye mkono ndio nikimbia huko. Today the exercise is long since I went to the gym.
Yes, I was thinking that maybe we identify a community or a village as a kind of a pilot team, so that we have a structured approach to the model from which now maybe locally people can learn from for escalation of the model.
We identify a pilot community, yes.
And encourage collaboration among partners.
We have elaborate cooperation among partners. How do you want us to do it?
Involve many partners to make it easy. Yes.
Okay.
Well, but what does that engagement, how will you know that we are encouraging collaboration among partners? What does that look like?
I just very simple that a department like where I am, I cannot work alone. I'll need other departments like Ministry of Interior to work together to achieve the intended purpose or objective. Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking because to be in a general way, like encouraging, we could send an email and say, hey, you guys work together, or we could do something else. And it's where the rubber hits the road that we learn how we can go forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe my last one is to Daktari.
She's saying then you will speak.
Dr. Karambu has talked a lot about Chuka, and I believe there's already a partnership. So I don't know if it is formalizing or strengthening, so that there is activity that the university can undertake in collaboration with the SOSO, and more so with the community. Because like I heard, it was mentioned that there is wakili wa watoto.
Yes.
Yeah, such structures can work with the community by providing pro bono services, for example, to cases of child abuse. Actually, yes, we do. I am the senior assistant registrar in the School of Law, and we do a lot of legal aid clinic. If you are interested, you are free to invite us. We will come.
Mine is an invitation to, okay, maybe I'll be consulting you. Me and DCC for Tharaka North are already on a proposal to hold a symposium with Tharaka University to address the challenges that were coming there. There were some suicidal cases of students in Tharaka University, and they were reported to be out of hunger. It's funny, but it was interesting. And they were committing suicide. Yeah, they were committing suicide. Ati mtoto anatoka anakuja huku anakuta sijui hakuna chakula sijui nini. There were like two cases or something reported. So we me and the DCC were trying to find how we can be able to move there to Tharaka University to address such issues, because I work in the social development office. So I'll be consulting you, maybe if you can come to give an input on that symposium.
Thank you so much, and let us admit, as Professor takes the mic, the challenges we have in the community are the same challenges that come to the university. Actually, for me, for Chuka University, I'm thinking of how do we enhance the flourishing such that your burden becomes my burden. We have also had cases of suicide, indiscipline, and so many other gender-based violence, they are here. Sex abuse, it is here. It is part of the community because when they go there, so it's good. Let's have a symposium. Invite us as Chuka University. We will come.
And is the dean of the faculty concerned?
Yeah, mine I think is just to suggest we do appraisal of the community groups that are there in the that are registered, because we know many register, but they are not able to live up to achieve their goals. And having been taken through this FCM, I think the aspects of the model that we can introduce to those groups and ensure that they are sustainable, or rather, they become flourishing groups. So appraisal of those groups, especially that are those that are registered in the, is it Department of Social Services? Yes, yes. Thank you.
I am a very, has everybody finished so that I finish with mine and give to mine? I have a very different reasoning to the Rescue Center for people using substance and experiencing gender-based violence. But my reasoning with Mike has always been different, where we rehabilitate from the community. And to me as a person, I am interested in working with FCM, with people affected by substance use disorder, walevi na familia zao. So, if you are able to identify for us these men, where we will bring them in groups and help see whether outpatient rehabilitation can work, I will appreciate. That is not selfish. I feel that this is what I've been called to do. This is my mission for FCM. Even if I fight a GBV and children's rights without sorting of men, I will not achieve. So that's my interest. Where we convene men not in the rehabilitation centers, but in their local communities. We talk to them, we talk to their families, we talk about the stigma we psychoedicate on substance use disorder, and then we see we can assist. That's my quest.
I'm realizing I have a curiosity that I don't have clarity about, and maybe you can help me. So part of this for us from Sozo was trying to, one, first, of course, like disseminate our model, let you know what we do, and share our wisdom and knowledge. The other is more practical. For us, we have some groups already in Tarakaniti County, and we don't know, should we move into Tarakaniti County for partnership, and if so, how should we do that? Or do we trust the people of Tarakaniti, the government people, the other people to find their own way? So if you have any guidance on that, about our own, if you have any perspective on strategy we should take, that would be helpful too.
So Michael is asking, he was here to train you on the flourishing community model and what they do. You, the people of Tarakaniti, are you interested in partnering with Sonzo to show you the way, or you can do the way without them helping?
I think that is one of the things that I had mentioned there when I talked about identifying a community or village as a pilot location, is because I believe we have kind of tasted, but there is a need maybe to go through it practically so that we are able to fully internalize. I don't know whether I'm responding to what you are saying.
Yes, let us even make it very clear. Now, I am out of Sonzo. I am in Tarakaniti County. Michael, we would be very happy if you gave us someone within your group to help us form these groups to facilitate this model until we stabilize as a community. We love that. Because if you leave us alone, you'll be like a father who has just given the child a taste and left the child to starve with what you want. So we really appreciate that. Somebody else? I've spoken on behalf of Drakanidi now. I had come from Sonzo.
I think normally what I see us doing even at the university, once we test a model or any innovation within and we find that it is working, the next step is to upscale, scaling up. In other words, now you expand to a wider scope. And honestly, I don't find it a problem because if this model has been useful to help street children, villages in Meru County, the same problems that those villages have is the same problems that the villages in Tharaka-Nithi County they have. And since the model has proved to be providing a solution, why not partner with already existing groups to see how they can have a synergy and even achieve greater impact? Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Somebody else? Wow, wow, wow. That's nice. That's beautiful. So, Michael Itari, the country president, we are expecting you that you come and teach this. Okay.
Okay, to add on how Sodzo, Kenya, could help Tharaka-Nithi County. It is true there are Nimbakumi initiatives in place, but what challenges most Nimbakumi initiatives is you find that the youth are not included, and also many Nimbakumi initiatives, they don't have projects in the communities that they are serving. So if Sodzo Kenya could come up with a real framework on FCM, this could help. And also, you know, our people, they get the command when they see new people are coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nyumba Kumi. It came yesterday, it was not in, that we as Sonzo, Chuka University, you see Sonzo works with Chuka University in research and other universities, University of Texas. We sit down as the experts and see how we can apply the model to the Nyumba Kumi community policing. Is it what it is? Yes, the community, the informal community policing. That is it. Any other question? Time.
No, I don't have any other questions. Are there other questions or comments generally from about this conversation or the past 2 days? Anything you'd like to say?
Let me ask a question.
So, just wondering, what ideally would be the next steps now, after this?
So, my intention after we finish kind of reflecting and seeing what curiosities or uncertainties we have from before is to each of us, from where we're sitting, to consider where in the next 2 weeks, maybe next 2 months, what action we are wanting to commit ourselves to personally, and what action we are wanting to commit our office to that maybe we need to work through with where we sit. But I want to know where you are envisioning and where you are committing to put your energy and efforts in the future.
So I give it to the participants?
Yeah. Unless there's more, these are my final questions.
So, what she's asking,
You answer her question as we wait for the answer. It is purposeful. This was purposeful sampling.
I can assist her just
You know exactly.
Thank you very much. I think you have asked a very pertinent question. What next steps from here? We have received the training, now we are more empowered, but what next? For me, this is my personal perspective, is that anytime I go any kind of training, and I learned something, I have to ask myself the very question that you have asked, what next? And we come from different departments, much as you are national government officers, you are from different ministerial departments, right? And I'm working with the university. Then we have the trainer, okay, who is also working with an governmental organization. And I want to believe that if we were to reflect back and consider the illustration of the spider web, okay, it's a matter of asking ourselves, what are my strengths, what are my weaknesses? And can so and so be my partner to take care of my weaknesses, so that whatever I'm doing has a greater impact. And I think is a call for collaboration. Is a call for collaboration. And as I said, Chuka University, we have 3 core mandates: to provide education, higher education, to do research, and the community outreach. All right? Now, perhaps wherever you are, you're having some challenges maybe to do certain things. All right? Because you have certain limitations. And maybe you think that Chuka University can come in as a partner and they can help you. All right? Maybe Sonzo or another Sonzo can come in, you can work together, and you can, work with greater efficiency, basically. Otherwise, the training will not be useful if we just go back and lock ourselves into our offices and think that we have acquired something. It has to be applied practically out there. Okay? I think that's the most important thing. You are dealing with the children, all right? So are also dealing with the children. So there's a way that you can partner. Madam Gathoni, there are many things that, and I'm sure when we had a discussion, you are the one who provoked, why can't we have this kind of training?
It was high, yeah.
Yes, and you can see now, here we are. There's an opportunity. An opportunity to partner, an opportunity to collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I add before now I give back to Gathoni? I want to challenge everyone here today. We have been trained on the flourishing community model. And this flourishing community model, we are supposed to work with a community and in a group. Identify a challenge. So to make it practically, identify a group you want to work with, then to handle that challenge. Don't sit on this knowledge, even if it is in your own village, wherever. Go there. I have identified mine. Now I am challenging myself, how do I get the group member? So go there, get a group. If you get stuck, get Tina's number. Tina, where are you? The birthday girl. Tina is good with groups. She knows how to begin them. Wewe ukiona ni ngumu kuanzisha FCM. Sasa tulikuwa na nyinyi training tukaanza mimi nimeanza group nimekwama. Si ndio? Let us appreciate each one's strength. I don't know the miracle she works with the group. She has trained me nimeshindwa. But Tokola, I am stuck, I have begun with this group. She will show you how they do it. Wake hata ulipa pesa, hata walevi wangu walikuwa nalipa pesa zao. Wakifanya mediano wanalipa. So go challenge yourself where you are. Do a small group. Do the practical bit. From that group, you will have another group. People will think wewe ni mwanasiasa. Ukianza chama inakuwa Maigalo anataka kiti ya MP ni sawa tu. I will try it with your chiefs, try it with your ACCs, try it with your assistant chiefs. Let's have a group. At least kilo mtu, the next time, because I believe we will come and check how much you've moved in the next few months or 1 year, you will come and say, I have 2 groups, I have 5 groups, this is what we are doing. and we have the groups. Actually, you people have the groups. Sigadoni mkona groups. So let us make them structured for the success of our community.
Okay, I think sasa akili imeamka. I think for us as an office, and perhaps I'll ride on what my officer has said, and what Prof has also added in regards to analyzing the groups that we have and identifying them. I think for us as an office, because we already deal with groups, is to analyze the groups that are already doing savings and loans. Na pali wamekwamia, we can come in with the flourishing model and give them a boost and the idea of the 20 shillings or whatever amount they can be saving, so that we can give them a boost. So I think for us is to first get the groups that are perhaps struggling or perhaps that are already doing well, and give them that extra push that they need. And also maybe to come up with a strong database for groups that we can work with, and right also on what Prof has said, that partnering with Chuka University, where tunaweza kuhamia, because you know as government officers tunapali tukwama na tunakwamanga seriously, and to reach the community as a whole. So I think that is what we can do as an office. Yeah.
Ama nimewapatia kazi ya house yenu.
I can see the officers wanainua kidole. Yes, thank you so much. Michael, next question, or we are through?
This is the last. I don't know if there's something else that someone wants to bring up. These are the questions I have.
Oh, sorry, can I add?
Yes.
And also to identify
what Mr. Washira was talking about, a pilot village. We can identify a pilot village both in the lower and upper region that we can work with through GAO. They can identify for us a particular village that they think can benefit from this, that we can pilot, one in the lower and one in the upper region. Yeah.
Through whom? Through GAO?
So a pilot village.
GAO through
National
Government Administration officers. Yeah.
Can we propose one? Or you will propose for us later?
No, I wanted GAO to assist us, one from the lower and upper
from there,
so that, you know, equity. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can have best of both.
Because of the
My constituency.
Yeah, can we have one? Yeah,
one in each constituency. Yeah.
So a group in the 3 constituencies.
Yes. Identify a village that we can pilot. The FCM
model in
yes.
that village.
Yes, in that village.
And then you also identify, okay, within the village they will now tell us the issue we need to address.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So who do we task with that?
I think GAO
before I don't want to say GAO, if we don't give specifically, the Mara constituency, who is present? The leaders from the GAO officials from Mara. Daigota, you're from?
Okay, I was saying, instead of constituency, why can't you do in sub-counties? Go now constituency.
Oh, sub-counties, yes, let's do sub-county.
We'll be 10. Yeah.
We'll have 10.
And you see the idea is pilot. We're piloting fast. Yeah? We're not running. We just want to pilot fast so that we can see the effect and the impact that we're having. And you see, from this pilot, we'll come up with our champions. These champions are the ones who will assist us. Yeah, wataenda kusambaza hii injili. Yeah, but now if we have one from each sub-county, those are 10 villages from each sub-county, alafu moja ikianguka, unajua hii moja itaharibu rera, itaharibu kila kitu.
Let us look at the sub-counties and the constituencies, because you as the DCC.
The responsibility, I would suggest let it be joint. For example, you
and the girls in this respective. You can get one from the lower side, from one constituency and another from the other constituency. Then you work together, okay, as the head person, all right, so that at least you know when you leave the work to one person, if you keep on reminding the other one we have this task to achieve.
I am trying to do a group for this. The body is there.
Yes.
For Mara constituency, who will help us identify the pilot village? And not that we are now officials from Mara, one of them atusaidie.
Madam, my suggestion was that first of all we wanted, I would need a kind of I don't know that as an assurance that we are at a very infant stage. We need a lot of, in the running of those kind of piloting, we need a lot of support from maybe the expertise.
We will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not just advertise. How will we roll out?
It's true.
Now, after we identify the pilot village, we are the people with the knowledge, right?
But they will need the facilitators to move around the network.
Those are the logistics now. If we go there, tutachelewa leo.
Let us get the ACC.
But now we are
ACC Chogoria, to do Mara.
with someone else.
ACC Chogoria, who are you with from Mara?
The social development officer.
Social Development Officer Mara.
The two of them.
Please give Michael your names. We are finishing. Esther from Chogoria, ACC Chogoria. Just you can talk to him as you get the other one. And the other one is?
Jane.
Esther and Jane, the Social Development Officer. Mara or Joworia? Joworia. The next one is Zaraka. ACC Zaraka name? Kazungu. And Social Development Officer? She's here. What's her name? Doris from Daraka. Then Chuka Egamba Ngombe. Chuka Egamba Cow. There are two. Social Development Officer, Botuma, Mr. Laibota, ACC, Egamba Ngombe. So you form a group with Gadoni, and those logistics you're asking, we will do it in the group. So Christine, you will give the numbers to Christine. Someone is saying, Madam C. Kelly will be in the group. C. Kelly and you will be in that group.
Excuse me.
So we will form a WhatsApp group to ask these questions you are asking, so that we can respond. We don't have all the time to respond now, because it is impromptu.
Madam, I think we are at the level of choosing the villages, because we want to believe when we go to maybe to that part to piloting.
knowing who else is doing something in this committee. Because I'm sure there are some other NGOs or there are groups doing, because you know, duplication. I think there's somewhere we said duplication and competition. So first of all, I don't know which office, I'm sure maybe Ngao would be in a best position to tell us who else is working in this area. Even in Daraka, I'm sure Daraka there are so many NGOs. So it is good that we also know, as we go out there, we know who is working on what, so that partnerships can work. Exactly. That's what I wanted to mention.
So we will do it. Can we postpone or do we continue? Thank you. I was worried about your time. Thank you. I want us to add something. You know, Taraka is big, eh? And Kazungu may not be able to handle the whole of Taraka. So I want us to add kindly DCC Shakariga. Thank you. DCC Shakariga. Shia-a-ka-riga.
Number 5.
No, the cha. Shia. Shia. I. Apple. Yes.
See number 5.
Number 5. See number 5.
Number 5. You want?
Yeah, to number 5 add.
Number 5 you add.
Number 9 you take to number 5. DCC Siakariga. Is there the social development office around there? Or you're the
children?
That one.
Yes.
What is your name?
Number 6 is not easy to
Okay, let us. Eh?
Come on.
You remove number 9 complete.
Number 9 should be so, ACC Daraka and ACC Siakariga. DCC. Oh, thank you. Those things confuse those of us who don't belong to that sector. Yeah, Najua DCC is in hierarchy. Okay. Kaloni was saying, there's somebody who hasn't given his name.
Kabwele.
And in number 5.
Yeah,
Like number 5 again. After DCC Siakariga and DCC Siakariga is Mary. That is her name. Then there is a social development officer.
Children.
No. DCC Shakarika is called Mary, then Kazungu, then Doris.
Then Kabwele.
No, we are just 8. We are confusing us. There is Jane and Mary and Kazungu. That, yeah, actually. Then there is the, you have said what's your name?
Kabwele. K-A.
With Doris.
and you arrange yourselves.
The time period of your presence.
There should be time frame?
Yeah, thinking of if we are piloting,
Yes.
I'm curious how long the pilots will go,
Yes.
and then what the report backs will be to indicate interest or potential for future growth.
Let the time frame be 1 year.
I think since you have implemented it in Meru, you know how long it takes to see the indicators. So I think we should get that guidance from you.
Let me take it to Christine.
All right, I can also, right?
I wanted us to talk.
Yeah, maybe just briefly, the 3-week training, the 4-month to stabilizing for the parliamentary committee, the 6 months to the pathways curriculum, and just talk about the growth. But maybe, because I've seen the data, like I've looked closely at the data, and I know that income increases significantly within like 4 months even in the program. We can see that growth. So it depends on what degree of impact you want to think about is indicating, yes, let's go. Is it initial interest? Is it forming groups? Is it, and I think, Christine, maybe the big thing, I think, is not just forming one group, but assessing the interest of other groups to come. So maybe just talk about that in timeline.
I'm thinking we use the government year, not like, because this is the financial year, then assess after that. So from this July to next year, attempt like now.
Yes, I think that will help us so that even when you go home, as you do your performance contracts, you can have that as part of your PC.
You forgive me,
Yeah.
So you forgive me because I would suggest maybe it is not after 1 year when maybe kind of we come together, because I want to believe it's a journey. Maybe there are some is it milestones,
Oh, yeah.
so that because it's a learning process that all of us maybe can be, I know that is looking in, tasting to see how the cooking is going on. Yes.
So we are saying this, we are the first step identifying the village. That is a milestone. Then we come and we can sit down and say we identified Mugoi as our village. Now you report to all of us. Now the next thing is that we have formed 2 groups in Mugoi and we are at step 1, right? Then we come again, we are after, that is a monitoring, and all of us we sit together and see, are we moving? What challenges are we encountering? Is that what you're talking about? So how regularly do we evaluate ourselves? Quarterly. Quarterly. Quarterly, Mike, you understand? Yeah. 3 months. So we are saying after 3 months we will be here in Chuka University or in Chiakariga, wherever we will decide to see how far we are going. So that means now we have to have the contacts of everybody, because now we are a cohort. For us now we are the first cohort for the Rakanidi. Yeah.
Now, if it's to check, if it's to go to the ground now, we have to leave the university environment. We go to where those groups are.
Actually, I have another suggestion. I don't know if it will work. They have done it. I would propose we also think of a way of going to their groups. And it is a whole day thing, because you go to the groups, we start with ARC, then from ARC we can go and see the groups and see what the real thing now instead of the theory we have got. I don't know whether it's okay. The children director, Mr. Washira, yes, you are missing.
You are at the stage of just identifying the villages.
We may not come back again, we'll come after 3. So after 3 months, we are assuming that we will have identified the villages. So this group will come, maybe do a WhatsApp and have a discussion of how to identify, like you have raised the issue of what concerns are there. Yeah. So you can discuss and say, this in the Raka, we have feel we identify Gativine. That's the one I know. Then, this why, you tell us why, because maybe there's a lot of rape cases or defilement and so on. Then the other one, we have identified, you will sit down and discuss, you adults and do not do these things. Sit here, you are experts, maybe I'm academic. Anything else, Michael? So, visiting sites, are we welcome?
Yes, of course. Yeah, always. We just have to arrange. But you're welcome to come anytime. Yeah, as we said, we're in 72 villages, so every day, they meet weekly. Every day there's multiple groups.
So we leave Tina with the CC and the director child, Tina, CC, Kelly, and Kadoni to organize for us how we will come. So Tina, you lead the group.
Yes, but we will not be able to pay the per diem when you visit our county. That was a major challenge for us.
They will discuss on the way forward. This is for us all. Yeah? Yeah, that's what she said. You can visit Egembe, tuone vile mnaendelea. Hata mkiweza tu tukikosa per diem, hatuwezi kosa kuwapikia githeri hapo kwa center. If really the passion is to help our communities. I will say I've worked with Sonso without bragging from 2017, and I can assure you I've never asked Michael for money because it was about my people. If they are going hungry, why should I go and be full when they're there? It's love for the community, it's love for the children, and you can't succeed in FCM if you don't have love.
Yeah, that's...
Any other concerns? Wow, you've been a very, very wonderful team.
I have a concern with the milestone. We went directly to the group, and I think we will need the chiefs and other opinion leaders also in the community to have a discussion with them also. So I think it's an important thing to include.
So, like the DCCs, you know you are not with the people up China huko. We may want you to organize for. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so you can organize for us. You attend some counties, so we can work with the chiefs and maybe the assistant chiefs. And do they still exist? Yes, the chiefs.
I know, right? I agree. You don't even know assistant chiefs.
I rarely go to the village. So who is my assistant chief? I don't know. No, it is a challenge to go and get to the village now and go.
No, you know if an assistant chief was there, will be very offended.
Not even that. May I apologize? Yes. Let me say, may I apologize?
And you said you are highly connected at the village level.
I am apologizing because I didn't know. Thank you. And someone should not be killed for not knowing. I will correct my mistake.
Kindly.
And I apologize for the assistant chiefs kama nimewakosea. My assistant chief, please forgive me. Okay. So we will see the logistics of how to get to the chiefs together with you people. You will tell us how to do it. Michael, do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We work with the chiefs, assistant chiefs to see the way forward. Yeah, you think I wasn't paying attention?
That's right. So I have concluded. I'm inviting SCC in Chogoria
to give a vote of thanks.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'll be very brief. Not on a this 1 minute. So mine is very simple. I want to appreciate, first of all, we want to thank God for these 2 days that we've been here. We've had good health. We've not had any incident. So let's give a clap unto the Lord. Second, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate our very able facilitator. Hasn't he done a good work? I was sitting there and I was feeling like I'm attending a class in the University of Texas. Because he was so passionate, trying to help us understand what all this flourishing model is all about. So for him, we'll give which one? Maua. Maua. Rebecca, which color is that? Red, blue? Tumtupie. Receive the flowers. And the entire Sozo team, we really appreciate. We also want to appreciate Chuka University in absentia there, Vice Chancellor, and the entire Chuka University. We really want to appreciate your partnership. Our very able dean, it's Professor Kibor, our very able facilitator, Dr. Agnes. You hear those names, professors, doctors. So may the Lord bless you. Which one do we give them? Maua. Which color? Blue, red, purple, indigo. We throw them, receive them, and all of us, we've been patient from yesterday. I know some have woke up very early. You really gave yourselves. We really appreciate you. And you, we want to give you which one? The one for our style, the Kano style. We start with moja, mbili, tatu, funga, fungua. And then any other, our team behind there, let's appreciate them. They've done a good job. Our photographer here, they've done really a good job. And everyone who really was part of this kindly feel appreciated, and we pray even as we go back to our various areas that we'll serve our communities with that passion and ensure that there is development, there are tangible results, that when even we come back, we can be able to give and see, be blessed.
Thank you so much. It was an impromptu, whatever we call it in English, that she's done